Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com, 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 Gay-band.com, 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 com.com, gay-band.com, 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 gay-band.com. Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Gayband.com, 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 com.com, gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Gayband.com, 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 gayband.com. Welcome to Team Fortress.
In a world where corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes, where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress, where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought, one man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide, a beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity, because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Zin.
Yo! What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. How we doing? The end of the work week for most normal folks out there. I hope it's been a good one. Hopefully you've got an awesome weekend planned out ahead of you. Hello. How we doing? Good to see y'all. Happy Friday. Gregory, nice to see you. Surya JC, what's up? Mage Keltor, hi buddy. Hello, hello. Starlight Silverfield, hello. And Kashi, what's up? How are we doing today? That's right. We're doing more code today, chat. I know. It seems like forever since we played a game. And it has been, and I apologize. I'm really hoping that I'll have stuff in place so that we can get some stuff going for tomorrow. I've got some more stuff that I gotta do to get there. And let's just talk about, you know, what those things are, right? We talked a little bit about what we wanted to do. But just to refresh everybody's memory, this is what we're looking at. One moment. Right? So we've kind of got this working a little bit. This future state stuff, not so much. And we decided against that. But this is basically working. Although this is going to need a refactor. It needs a refactor. Sacramentix, what's up? Welcome on in, buddy. Welcome on in. We've got all this stuff. This is easily done even right now. I can do this part. Even these down here might be okay, except for individual boss damage. So their damage might just stay where it is for now. But for some of them, that's not a problem. Like the zombie aberrance damage is pretty high. He's basically a 2-shot, you know? So if we give him a crap ton of health, that's not a problem. Let's see. What is this? I don't know. I love it. Gives you time to balance the old checkbook. Oh yeah. You're sitting over here doing some financial coding over there by yourself while I do this. So there's some stuff that I still want to do and get done. Enemy tints and glows, maybe. I don't know. Nameplates. That would be really nice. Safe zone. This is probably future state stuff, but that's definitely good. Exploding behaviors.
Jonathan
also
Coke
probably future state stuff. No!
Volley. Fire. Fire.
Ah!
Fire.
In the ear! In the ear, bro! Freaking ear. Again, world manipulation. So we got a lot of stuff here. Still to do. This was by far the most complicated one. This right here. But I have found some information. Actually, Voided has tipped me off to some information within the code that might be better. A better way to do things, perhaps. So I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll see how that works. Today, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create generic. This is, I guess we got to put a new box here. Generic JSON functions. JSON is like a text file that saves data. Like a key to a value. A key would be like name, and the value would be like Jonathan Coke, right? Or like, you know, eye color is the key. The value is blue or whatever. But what I'm trying to do is some generic JSON functions like saving a JSON, loading a JSON. Those are kind of like, that's really all I need to do, really. Save and load a JSON. That's it. Or write and recall. Technically. Write/recall. So those are things that need to happen. That's what I've been working on. I started last night. And that's coming along. This is kind of a thing that we need just so that we can save other information, because what this enables, chat, is really, really cool. If this works, then what we get is I can do stuff in OBS. Now, why is that important? We should be able to do stuff like, I'm talking about like tracking the number of kills for the day, tracking the total number of card tokens for the day. Why? Because maybe if it gets over a certain amount, maybe I do like some bonus thing or something like that, you know? Like do some giveaway or something. Like every X amount, there's a giveaway of card tokens so that people can keep playing around with it, right? That kind of stuff I think is really important. And lastly, after all of this, after all of that, basically, I think that there are lots of things that we can do with this. There are lots of things that we can do with this, you know? And I'm excited about that. Very excited about that. Everyone notable in the world is in the Epstein files, except for one amazing man, Gaben. That's right. Because he's too busy sailing on his ultra mega yacht. He doesn't need to visit an island. He has his own, and it goes all around the world. Seriously, though, I feel like Lord Gaben is literally one of the only good billionaires. Like, surely I know that he makes a lot of effing money, and he could absolutely drop like the fees for indie developers, or, you know, make it a graduated amount so that it's like, or a progressive amount so that like if your revenue for the year is under $1 million, then you're, you know, only paying a 10% fee instead of 30% or something like that for the indie devs out there. Or if you have like 2 people on staff, you know, I don't know how they would do that. I guess probably the easiest way is just by revenue, right? It's kind of hard to fudge the revenue when it's literally going right through their own platform. So yeah, I think that would be really good. But otherwise, you know, other than that one thing, that one complaint, he's been a pretty good advocate for gamers, I would say. You know, he upholds free speech for the most part. There are some kind of extreme cases where that has not been the case. But like basically like the illegal stuff obviously is off limits. And stuff that is very illegal adjacent. Very illegal adjacent has also been off limits too. And that's probably just to cover himself, right? You know, the company. A smart play for sure. He seems a good dude overall, truly. I know we make light of like, you know, praise Lord Gaben here, but really, I worry about what's going to happen with Valve after he's gone. When Gaben is gone, what happens then? I don't know. Is some like financial dude bro going to step up and be like, okay, time to make this as shitty as possible? It could absolutely happen. You know? I have no idea. But I do know this. Right now, for the time being, I feel like we're in good hands. All right. So yeah, this right here is really important. I think that this opens up a lot of very interesting stuff. And I may actually have to add an additional category here. I may have to add an additional category, and that one would be this. WebSockets. Right? WebSockets, and doing something with that. And that also leads us right back to this, which is doing stuff in OBS. Right? Is important. It is important. So if we can do that, great. Lurking for a while. Heading home. All right, dude. Drive safely. 100 stream streak. Cashy 2. Streaking into the big times is Cashy. Earless Trout. 100 stream streak. Crazy. Thank you very much. So we're just going to save this, chat. Right? This is kind of our guide. So let's put this away. Let's go over to gaming. Lots of hundreds going off today. Heck yeah. All right. Let me fix this. There we go. Okay. So last night, after stream, I of course did more work because I don't know how not to. And F you Twitch, Jack in my 100. I'll see y'all in 2 days. Sag, JC, you're 100 in my heart, and that's all that matters. Okay. Thank you very much, dude. Happy Friday. I hope you're having a good one. Are you you got the you got car show this weekend? When's this Mopar event? That you're trying to get the car ready for? When is that happening? March 27th to 29th. Nice. That's like a week after my 7-year Twitch anniversary. 7 years, chat, on Twitch. That's wild, right? It's pretty wild. Car meet tonight. Nice, man. Yeah, you always have your car meets on the weekends
Jonathan
now, huh?
Coke is firing a 10-second ping pong ball volley.
Right in the freaking neck, dude.
Fire.
Ah!
Fire.
Ah!
Fire.
Heck off, chat. Ah! It came back at me. And again, it came back at me. I'm bouncing it off the little shooting receptacle. There we go. Nailed it. 7 years. That's like 0.0000001 of your life, the whole life so far. That's right. That's right. That's right. 0.000000001. All right. So what I'm trying to do here, chat, just to let you know, is I'm trying to create. Oh God, I am trying to create a generalized Java utility class that has several functions in it. And the functions do certain things like writing a JSON or maybe loading a JSON, right? It would be, or, you know, loading from a JSON or something. Right now, we need to save or write the JSON, right? So what we pass through, I'm not quite sure what we're going to pass through here. I think, you know, we could pass through the path. So we have the path as a constant. Oh, hi, bud. Did you come up here? Hello. Hello, mister. Hi. Oh, okay. Oh, bud. Aren't you so handsome? What a handsome boy. Crazy. Everybody loves seeing you. They know you're crazy. Oh, you ready to get down, bud? Okay, hold on. Here you go. There you go, bud. He's just saying hi. He just likes to say hi, you know. Jumped up on the desk. He doesn't do that very often. Did I hear about Minecraft suing a Microsoft suing a Minecraft game recently? I did, and then they dropped the suit, and it's all good now. Yeah, I actually, I mistakenly heard that it was a mod for Hytale. And I was actually telling chat, I was like, you guys hear about this Hytale mod that's getting sued by Microsoft? I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. And I brought it up, and then it immediately says that it was a separate game. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, whew. But still, it almost goes to show you, though, like, you know, actually, you know what's worse? Did you hear that all the Nintendo emulators got hit with a DMCA today on GitHub? So like Yuzu and all these other Nintendo Switch emulators, they got hit with DMCAs. So chat, if you want to get a Switch emulator software, you better get out there on GitHub right away and download those repos, because they're going to be gone real soon. They might already be gone. Yeah. It's pretty But yeah, all the Yuzu and Yuzu derivatives got hit. Nintendo emulator DMCA. Let me see here. All right, Android Authority. Nintendo just DMCA'd every Switch emulator again, but it's not over yet. It's about to get harder to find your favorite Switch emulator. TLDR. A representative for Nintendo has sent a DMCA notice to every Switch emulator on GitHub. Switch emulator repositories are still up, but likely not for long. Active projects are still hosted outside GitHub, but they may be harder to find in the future. So if you want to read about that from Android Authority, there you go. You have a backup of those repos? Dude, yeah, I hope, you know, the thing is, like, I don't use emulation very often, but I believe that it is a very, as long as you own the games that you're backing up, I don't see a problem with that. You already bought the game and the license to use the game. So I don't see a problem with you using an emulator on a different machine to play the game that you have already purchased. You know what I mean? Now, if you distributed that to people, that would be a problem. If you're playing games that you don't own, that you've downloaded, that's a problem. But if you've paid to again, and this is why, like, when I've done my retro game nights, I will only play games that I own, right? And only in most cases, those are rips of ROMs that I've made myself. I have a machine where I can rip ROMs, you know? So it's like, I feel like if you're ripping your own ROM and you haven't, like, illegally gotten the ROM, you know what I mean? That shouldn't be any problem at all. That should be totally legal. I don't know. I'm not distributing it. It's so I don't lose what I've purchased, you know? Or it's now in a format that is more tenable and a format that you do not offer. I don't see any problems with that. But again, it falls into a gray legal area. What's the legality of ripping your own ROM? I don't know. I mean, I think it's gray. I don't think that anybody has said this is outright through and through illegal. I think it's the distribution is the problem. You know? I don't think it's been judged on yet. And I think the industry is scared for it to happen. So what happens a lot of these times is, like, they'll send a DMCA notice to Yuzu, right? And instead of Yuzu fighting back and bringing it to court and maybe ruining the developers of Yuzu's lives because they bring it to court, they just retreat. And so these issues never get judged on. They never get brought to light and actually judged on. Right? And so I don't know. It's rough. It's legal to rip your own ROM. It already went to court here, Tashi says. I mean, that's the way that I see it. It's like right to repair, right? Like, cartridges aren't going to last forever. They die. They break. Like, there are circuits and hardware inside that they don't last forever. So the only way that you can do that is by, you know, ripping the contents of that and making it digital so that you can replicate it across, you know, your future devices and keep it alive, basically. Keep that data alive. I don't know. It's tough. Like, I get it. I get that the companies, they don't want you to like infringe their IP and that they need to assert themselves so that future people don't walk on their IP. But there's got to be a line that, like, what is reasonable? Like, if I'm not distributing this and if I'm using it in my own home, you know, is that really a problem? And if it is, why? Why is that a problem for you? Especially if you don't even make the product available. Like, what am I going to do? You're not losing any money. Again, what is the legal, you know, when you have a legal claim, the first thing is, what was the problem? How did this harm you? You know? In what way were you injured as the party that is making this claim? They launch a major suit. What's up, Doy? How you doing? What up, what up? It's pretty nuts. Tired? I hear you. Why are you tired, though? You've been burning the candle at both ends? It's a nutty world. I mean, it makes no sense, Voided. Like, half the shit makes no sense. So I'm gonna, today what I'm digging in on, first thing is this write JSON utility. And I need to think about this and how this all works and what I need it to do. What I really need it to do is I need it to go out to the path where this JSON is and write the values that I want it to write, or add the values that I want it to write, which I guess would be a map of the values that I want to write, the key values that I want it to write. So this is why I was like, oh, I don't know why I decided that I would go through each of them and then put them in here. That seems, dude, I sent this to you last night and I was like, what you said, Voided. I was like, yeah, that makes perfect sense that it is nonsensical. Hytale is a beacon of light in today's world, right? 4-letter word starting with L and ending with IF. At least it's not a 4-letter word starting with W and ending with IF. Or maybe that would be a good thing, actually. Depending on the circumstances. Lice? So, and again, I've not done a lot of this, so I haven't seen a lot of examples of what this looks like. I guess maybe that might be a good place to start. Examples of a write JSON function in Java. But the thing is, it always says like, you've got these, you know, object.put. So, I mean, I do want to go through all of the things that are in the map that I pass in, right? So we're saying write this map to a JSON. So we're saying put this in. So we do want to go through everything that's in that map, but we want to write it. So, I guess that's down here though, right? So it's more like when we're going to write, we literally get everything, or for each key value pair in that map, we're going to go through each one of them. And then for each one of those, we've got to add this to the JSON, right? But again, this is the JSON right here. It's data. This is the actual... what is this? Hold on. It was a JSON element. JSON element. Hold on. Here we just call it data, which is up here. That it's a new hash map. So do we have to declare that every time? I do this every single time? So there's a new map with string object data, new hash map, and we're calling it data, right? And that's what we're gonna write. But do we need to... We need to add what's in here, which is the map we pass in. I mean, I feel like I'm doing it twice. Is that dumb? Can I just do map? Is that possible? And just get rid of this silly shit? So if we already have a map that has the values that we want to save, we go get the JSON that already exists at path. We open our file writer, and for each key value pair that we pass into the write JSON function, we're going to convert that to JSON to JSON for this map writer business. Line 22 is wrong. Okay, yeah, this is what I'm saying. It seems weird, right? And again, it's like map to map. I mean, I don't know. So what am I doing wrong here? Like, what is... So we're gonna go through... When I say map for each key value pair, it's going through every key value pair here. Right? Because that's what I'm gonna pass in. Well, actually, no, that's not what I'm passing in, because that's a map. The dot for each on the map is iterating each key value. Right, it's going through each one. And I want it to write each one to this JSON. And it's this. There's something weird here with map to JSON and map versus like having to set up a new... You're creating a new JSON object and throwing it away. Is that how that's working? Is that what this does here? Performs a given action for each entry in this map. Okay. So if our key, like if our card commands.json has two values, one is global damage entity or global entity damage multiplier, and the other one is like card health. I don't know, just thinking about that, what that may be. It's going to go through both of those and get the key and the value, right? And for each one of those, it's going to create, oh, I see, it's going to create a brand new JSON, right? But that's not necessarily what we want. We want it to, we just want to, oh, fuck, this is so stupid. This is like the same problem that I had with the other thing where it's like initialization versus saving again, or like doing the thing again. I'm struggling with this concept so badly for whatever reason. So it's like, do I need to break this out into two different things? Where it's like the JSON is created and then now we're adding JSON to it. Like create JSON versus saving JSON. So the question that I have is, if we go through so I'm thinking what we were talking about voided last night, where it's like you need to write it all at once. Okay, hold on. I'm bringing up a nice blank text notepad here so I can type out my logic thoughts. Okay, so the first thing that we do is What are we trying to do? I want to save data to a JSON. I can delete the map for each part and it might just work. It will write the whole map. But how do we add? And the thing is, like, how do we add to this map? What map? It's like getting data in JSON format. Like, if we're talking about like what's in there. Oh, dude, this is confusing as fuck. Because I might just want to take a like one value and just update the one value and then resave. You know what I'm saying? Like everything else stays the same. One value is overwritten. Or maybe two values are overwritten. Or maybe all of them are overwritten. Or maybe a brand new one is added to the list. You know what I mean? That's your map. You can update it. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, where the fuck am I getting it from, though? Like, out here, it just says, so we just create a map. We're just like, okay, we call it data. And it holds string keys and object values. And then down here, we just write it into this thing. I guess, so this is just once. So I get that now. Like you said, this really looks like this right here. Hold on. Yeah. Data.put. This is also all sorts of messed up. There we go. The formatting, I mean, is all sorts of messed up. Okay. That is way better. Okay. All right. That's more reasonable and looks more like what I would expect. In this, yeah, map.put. Yeah, so map.put and then, you know, like string and then like object, right? Or whatever it is, right? The question is, like, how can I ensure I guess I have questions, and those questions are like this. If I want to add one item, what? If I want to add multiple items, if I want to remove an item, if I want to update one item, if I want to update multiple items, like a save happens after all of these, right? My question is, I guess, regarding the map manipulation, because this part's like kind of in stone, right? You get this map. I guess updates might be different because you might load and have to compare or something, or I have no idea. But what I don't want to happen is for me to like pass in a string and an object, you know, through the function, and I put string and object here in the function, and then I'm adding that, and then I write it, and I get duplicates of the same thing. Where it's like every time I write it, now I'm getting, you know, string object. And then, oh, look, there's another string object with the same key pair, you know, the key value pair. You know what I'm saying? I'm afraid that this is going to happen over and over and over again with with those specific strings and objects. So like, for example, up here, I mean, I guess I can just do this, right? We can call this data. Right? Data, down here, data, right? We are creating a new hash map, and then for each, I can put this string, or string key, object, value. I think you would benefit from taking a fundamental Java course, help give you a good understanding of how maps work. Well, yeah, there's probably like a lot of built-in functions that I just don't understand what kind of stuff I can do with it. You know what I mean? There's probably all this built-in stuff for I'm thinking about how do I handle it all manually, and there's probably like tons of built-in shit that I just do not understand or know about. But like this data.put, I get it. This is adding it to the map, right? We're adding this to our data map that we just created within this scope.
Son, you tough guy. Right? I can't read.
What's up, Yuli? How you doing, man? Happy Friday, man. You know, it does. I mean, I don't see a problem with this so far. I mean, we don't need a map at this point. We don't need that. So just a string and a object value. So we could have path, you know, as a variable. You know, we really probably should, you know, but this could be hard-coded for now for just a moment. After your map, enter a period and see all the suggestions. Sure, I mean, okay, that makes sense. So data dot what? Data for each, data get, data clear, compute if absent, compute if present. Contains key, contains value. Merge. So merge, that seems like that might be useful for when we're updating stuff. But I don't know if it will... Does merge overwrite? Old value equals key. New value equals old. If the old value equals null. This thing, I don't even know what that is. I see it all the time. I see that shit all the time. I have no idea what that is. This is like some new school thing, right? Dude, I have no idea. Apply old values. Bruh. Ternary operator. Merge probably prioritizes data in the first map and just adds every new pair from the second one. It's like an if-else. Got you. Okay. The conditional ternary operator is the only... Oh, that's JavaScript. Hold on. Let's look specifically for Java. Ternary operator in Java is shorthand for if-else using 3 operands. A condition, a value to return if the condition is true, and a value to return if the condition is false. So this is what we get if the value is true, and if the value is false, we get this. Oh, sorry. It's this. My bad. It's after the colon. After the colon, right? So this is the condition. Old value equal to null. And so if it's false, we get value. And if it's true, we get value. And if it's false, we get this to apply the remapping. Old value to the new value. Okay, I think I understand that. Loosely. Loosely. I'm gonna have to get used to seeing this format. I should really try to absorb this. All right, here's a good example. String result equals in parens number greater than 0, close parens, question mark, positive, colon, non-positive. So if the number is greater than 0, the first value here, positive, is returned. Otherwise, it's non-positive. Got it. And so it's separated by that colon. The colon separates true on the left from false on the right. And the condition is in the parentheses, just like when you do a normal if-then statement. So if old value is equal to null, we return value. Otherwise, we return this. Got it. Okay. You will truly know if you understand once you see nested ternary. Ternary is very old school. What was I thinking? There was some sort of shorthand. Maybe it's for JavaScript or something where they do some sort of shit like this. I think I've got it confused with that for sure. But maybe it's like with the arrows. Maybe it's like with this shit that I'm forgetting or getting it confused with. But yeah, okay. So back to this. So that's just the lambda, which is just that arrow in Java. Got you. What am I thinking of then? There's something. I swear. I swear there's something, but I got a million things swimming around in my head. I feel like I've taken, over the course of this last week, I feel like I've taken like a crazy Java like boot camp that just keeps smashing my face into the wall. It's been a crazy week, man. If you go back and you look at all the lives and like what we've been doing over the last week, it's pretty nuts. Unfortunately, because I'm so bad at this so far, it's slow. It's like it's just such a snail's pace. All right. So data.merge would be good for when you need to update stuff, right? So like I said, what if I want to add one item or if I want to add multiple items? Sorry, update one item or multiple items or add them. Merge would do a lot of that. Bad as in sexy? No, not bad. It's been rough to watch, says Nerps. I'm sorry. I know I'm not the world's greatest coder. I'm also technically not the worst, but technically not the worst, but I'm not saying I'm not close. All right. So we put the string and the value that we're trying to write to the JSON. I mean, can we, with this, what does this expect? Data.merge just expects keys and values? Wait, hold on. What is all this shit? By function super extends remapping function. What? Hold on. So if I put in here string value, is there more? It doesn't expect any more. It's just the two. No, it definitely expects more. No, it just wants this. Data.merge. What does this introduce a local variable? Object. Hold on. Examples of data or examples of dot merge in JSON for Java. Ooh, deep merge. Hey, you're making things happen. It's okay. I like watching the struggle, you sadist. Voided's like, he happens upon a small child in a pond who's doggy paddling to stay above the waterline, and another person runs up beside him to go help the child, and he's like, wait. Hold on. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. But wait, I'm enjoying watching this. Let's see what happens. Once in a while, he throws a life preserver out there, but it's actually it's like made of some water soluble material, and it just disintegrates as soon as the child grabs hold of it. I'm the child in this example. Okay. All right. Hey, take it easy, Taco. And yeah, I hope he feels better. Poor guy. It's just seaweed. Perhaps he can finally learn to swim. Swim or die trying. That's going to be the name of my first indie game. Swim or die trying. It will be a physics game like QWOP. It'll be a physics game like QWOP, but swimming. Okay. What do you think? Good concept? So I don't know, like this, yeah, deep merge. I just want like dot merge. Show me the dot merge, you bastards. There is apparently a JSON library for Java called JSON-merge. In case, for all of your deep merging needs. Just in time for Valentine's Day, chat. You make coding look easy. Thanks so much. It will be an evolution game. Perfect. Bro. It's still not shown me a single example of a whatever dot merge function. Let's see here. So map dot merge. Map dot merge. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Please give me some examples here. Common use cases. Counting occurrences. What? This increments the count for key by 1, automatically initializing it to 1 if it didn't exist. It allows you to update or insert a value for a given key. Okay. Defined by a by function. I have no idea what a by function is. Okay. Let's open up a new tab. What is a by function in Java? All right, let's see here. By function in Java is a functional interface. It represents a function that takes 2 arguments of types T and U and produces a result of type R. It's only missing the D, chat. Turd. Okay. So R apply type TT, type UU applies the function to the 2 given arguments and returns the result. Okay. So it's like a function that affects both of the arguments. Am I understanding this correctly? By function, integer, integer, integer. Add. A equals A, B, What in the hell, bro? Okay. So it has 2 inputs, unlike function, which only accepts 1. Okay, that makes sense. Function by function. Function one input, by function 2 inputs. There's 2 more, one for 6 hours of Lost Ark and another for watching 30 minutes for a specific streamer. Oh, you're talking about badges? Nice. You're badge hunting, are you? Nice. So you guys excited for Crimson Desert? The game is looking pretty nice. When does it come out, by the way? Let's see here. Crimson Desert. When does that release? I really want to play it. It's gonna be a very high price, though. It's gonna be a full price big boy game, $70. Okay, so I just checking Steam. March 19th. March 19th. You still need to play Expedition 33. Dude, you do. Expedition 33 is fantastic. But this Crimson Desert game looks like it's going to be incredible as well. I'm pretty excited for it, honestly. The more I see of it, the better it looks. I just think that everybody and their mother is going to be playing this game, and it's going to be... I'm just going to be buried in the category, you know? But whatevs. The new John Wick game looks good. Wait, John Wick game? Is it literally called John Wick something? Huh. They even have like a dragon and some puzzles. The thing that I'm worried about with this game is I feel like it might do all of the things like just kind of well, but none of the things really great. Because it looks like it does everything. Like they have a cooking game. They've got a settlement management thing. It looks like it has Dark Souls combat, you know, with like deep RPG systems and like, dude, I don't know. Got mounts and stuff like that too. I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know, man. Looks good though. So it looks like a Yakuza game, the John Wick game. I typed John Wick on Steam and nothing shows up here. John Wick game. John Wick X. That came out in 2019. Not that one, I assume. Oh, here we go. Lionsgate announces highly anticipated AAA John Wick video game with Saber Interactive. It is literally just called Untitled John Wick Game. If you're interested in seeing the trailer, chat, it's right there. I think they have a problem of putting the cart before the horse to some extent. The other game that I mentioned, it's called Crimson Desert. Zug, zug, hug, hug. Crimson Desert. And that one's looking real good. If you're curious, here's the Steam page. Again, this is looking really interesting and really good. I just wonder if it's just too much, and so it will all be kind of generic-ish. I don't know. We'll see. I'm probably gonna wait a day or two after it releases before I jump in, if I do, simply because I want to make sure that there are no performance issues with games that look this good. Oftentimes there are major performance issues. And yo, Knacknud, thank you very much for the lurk, bud. And the other thing is, I just want to make sure it's worth $70. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money to a dude like me. So I gotta make sure it's worth the spend, you know? All right. So Spaghetti Goblin, we've been doing some code like all week. On and off stream, all day, every day, pretty much. Crimson Desert looks a lot like Black Desert Online. I think it's the same devs. Pretty sure. I thought it was. I think that's why they used desert in the name. Okay, so this is by Pearl Abyss. Pearl Abyss also does make Black Desert. Yep, they do. Yeah. So right now we're working on very boring JSON functions. Trying to get this sorted out. Object merge. And then this is okay. So confused. Maybe these are, what are these supposed to be? Key value. Code those objects. I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. I am trying so hard. It's been a long week, man. For my little nub brain. I've learned a lot. The neuroplasticity ain't as good these days as it was back in the day. I'm trying though, man. I'm really trying. Okay, so map.merge. Java examples. I like to see the examples in place to go, oh, that's how that works. Merging two maps. Handling null values. Replacing a new value. Replacing with a new value. Now this seems good. Here's an example. Map.merge key new old new value always replaces old value. That's kind of what we want. The thing is, this old and new V, I mean, we just using just dot put will always override. Oh, will it? In the map, it will. So I guess the first thing that we would do is, like, how would this in the map? Right. Okay. I don't think that we'll ever run into a point where we have the same string and key string in the map that we're writing. I don't think that will ever happen. Basically, what I want to do is I want to like append the JSON, but if the value exists, I want to overwrite it. So basically, it's kind of like, hold on. Like get all JSON key values into a map, or read all existing JSON file key values into a map, and then insert the current key value into this map and then write the map to the old JSON. Overwriting everything. Does this make sense? So I'm going to get everything that's legacy and exists in the file as it is. Read that into a map. I'm then taking my new key value that I've passed through this function and putting it into the map. And then I'm taking that complete, essentially merged map at that point and overwriting the existing JSON. Does that make sense? Merge is what I want. Is it? Can I merge directly into the JSON without having to add this stuff to a map? Like this? Crimson Desert looks dope. Yeah, man. The graphics are good. I mean, honestly, Black Desert, the graphics were always great. I had two complaints about Black Desert. One, way too fast. Like, way too fast for this old guy. I don't like that, like, super lightweight feeling of combat where you move super fast, like Warframe or Doom or any of those, right? I just don't like those types of games at all, right? The second thing that I don't like about Black Desert is that it was straight up pay to win. It was pay to win and it was grindy as fuck. You can load the JSON. Load it to where? Like, load it to what? Apply the map to the JSON and then save the JSON file. So this is kind of like what I'm saying. Similar-ish. When you say load the JSON, I said read all existing JSON file KVM or KV into a map, right? And then add the current KV into the map along with the existing stuff. And then write the map to the old JSON, overwriting everything. But again, the insertion needs to be like a merge. This right here, this part right here needs to be like a merge. You were calling the new JSON. Save that object. I'm not sure how to do that. I really say so. This JSON to JSON data writer. I don't see any other place that we have a JSON anything. Right. So we've called the new JSON, and you say save it. New JSON.save. Or just new JSON is equal to something. We're gonna like declare it. This is on your phone. You're on your phone again. This is hard. I know. I'm sorry. It is so hard to do code over these streams when you're giving me, and anybody is giving me feedback and trying to do it in real time. Keep at it. I think this will work though. If I read everything that's in the current JSON file and I put it in a map, and then I merge the current KV into that map, overwriting, and then write the map to the JSON, again, overwriting everything, not appending. That should work, right? I mean, that is what I want to achieve, right? Logic-wise. One way to find out. I had a... Okay. So, map string object data equals new hash map. I need to, like, load... from the JSON. I wonder if there's... dot load. Is there a load? JSON. Hold on. How to load a JSON into a map in Java. Use Jackson. It's like Jackson, JSON, GSON, BSON. You know what? Get effed, son. Okay, how about that? Get effed, son. Okay, hold on. JSON reader. We have a writer. We need a reader. Okay, so I'm assuming this is gonna be a try. Try JSON reader. Try JSON reader. We're gonna call this reader equals new JSON reader string JSON. Okay. what string? Do we just call it something? Maybe it wants like is it the path? Is it like what the fuck is this, man? Is this just the name of the reader file? Okay, so it wants a file name. So can I just put in path? Path. No, oh yeah, sorry, try catch. I'm like, why is there a thing? Okay, so try, yeah. Okay, there we go. And so if we get it, then we're just gonna... Hold on, how do we do... Previously, how do we do just messages? Using a logger is what we did. What's up, SG? System.logger. No. JSON reader to map. Java. Please save me, Google. I don't know how to do this. JSON map to JSON. Convert JSON to map. Yes, please. Using the JSON library. There are many libraries to handle JSON files, and they differ on ease of use, flexibility, and performance. Well, you seem to like JSON, so I want to take a look at this. What is this craziness? Sure. Map type, huh? Type token. I never said I like JSON. I'm just suggesting what you were already using. Got you. I suggested it first and we kind of rolled with it. Use Jackson's object mapper to convert JSON into a map. Code example. JSON to map example. Okay, this is our JSON string. Okay, got it. Object mapper equals new object mapper. Try map string object map equals mapper.read value JSON string. Type reference map string object. Okay, I think that makes sense. Output the map. Access the values. All right, that seems easy enough, but that uses Jackson, which then you have to add via Maven, but I don't as a dependency. Or JSON. Here we go. Here's another JSON. Again, JSON being something that it says you need to add it as a dependency in Maven. Did I do that in Gradle? Yeah, I was wondering. I don't think I did that in Gradle for using this. Did I? Yeah, I don't see anything about JSON in here. Probably already included in the server jar. Okay. Well, that's useful. So let's just roll with JSON, I guess. JSON class, I mean, sure. Okay. So, JSON. This is a JSON to map example. Okay, let's just add this in here. JSON to map. Oh, this is a class. Shit. So we got our JSON or whatever, right? JSON equals new JSON. We're already kind of doing this. We don't need this either. So it needs to be a JSON string. So is that, can I just type, when it says JSON string, can I just give it the file path of the JSON string? Or do I have to be like new JSON string equals file path or some weird shit like that? This is a mess, dude. This is such a mess. I've just been like pasting so much weird shit in here. So we did this down here, right? With the new JSON to JSON. I mean, isn't that what we're doing? Isn't that really what we're doing already? But I guess we're doing... The only thing you see in coding is, ooh, pretty colors. Type map type equals new type token map. Dude, I don't know what the fuck that means. This object with like all these like what does it mean when there are two right pointing carets or two greater thans pointing toward the function parens? What the fuck does half this shit mean, bro? Parse JSON into a map string object. Okay, so that's the map. Map type. Nested generics. Okay. Yeah, I gotta learn about generics tonight. That's like, I learned about static versus non-static the other day. Now I really need to learn about generics. I also need to learn about anonymous functions, like Lambda style stuff. And, what else? Probably interfaces. Those are like the things that I feel like I really need to learn about. That I'm really, like really basic shit that I'm really weak on. So this will print out the map. That's fine. And then access the values. We don't need to do that. I just want to see the, map. You know what I mean? Will this work? JSON string? Well, it's not really it's not a string, it's a file. So how do we get this into a string format? Can we read the file? I'm telling you, a good fundamentals class would be really good. It would be really good. I would love that. Do you know of one online that I can do? I would love to do it. Just get a good book. Let me ask Mountain Man, Zin. Does he know a lot about Java, Kristen? Does he do coding now? I am confusion. Oh, got you. Yeah. Online coding courses. Like I took a little bit in, like through a college, I took like a semester and a half of Java, but that was like literally 9 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago. So this is my question. This expects a JSON string. How do I get what is in this JSON file into a string? I'm already doing a JSON to map. Do I now have to do a JSON to JSON string just so I could do this JSON to map business? What if there is no string, JSON string, and you have a JSON file instead? Tell me, AI. Read the file into a string first. Yes, that's what I'm trying to do! Okay. This is what it wants. File equals new file path. Okay. Great. JSON file is basically just a string document already. I mean, it is like everything inside there is string, but how do you, I mean, I can't literally just call this file, right? This is a file object. It's not a string object, right? It's an this class presents an abstract system independent view of hierarchical path names. Abstract path name. I mean, okay, sure. Bruh. So if I put file down here, is it gonna cry and be like, this is the wrong type? Yeah, wrap using string value of. Yeah, okay, does it work? Okay, if that works, great. System out print line map. That's another way to call toString on that object. So what I've just done, like file.toString. Or file, oh, sorry. JSON string equals file.toString or something like this. Some silly business like that. It now looks like this is going to work, except for reading it out to me. Java, yeah. Git logger. Hold on. Event. Boot event. Bruh. Shouldn't be that hard. It's like this is like the most basic shit ever. Print the thing. Show me in the log. Logger. Let's see. Where do we actually do this thing? Logger? Just logger. Abstract command logger. That's not what we're in right now. We're not in any of that extended stuffs. Programming is hard. That's right. Yeah, it sure is. I mean... No, I'm not using Godot. No. So... Yeah, we're like modding Hytale. Package statement is not allowed in compact source files. Eh? compact source file contains no main method. Okay. Well, let's fix that, eh? Public class. Hold on just a damn second here. There. It's no longer crying. But now we got to get this printing to work. Okay, there we go. So that's hard-coded. I mean, I have no idea what we're going to get from this. I don't know if this is... Literally, this is like, what the fuck? All right, well, it should print out the one thing that we have in the here, let's do this. To our like main thing that we do here. We're gonna do all this, attempting to write completed. Down here, we're gonna call that function. So we'll just do JSON. Hold on. Can I do this? Can I do this? It's like so generic sounding. I don't know. You have to create it here. Is that because this is not static? As soon as we do that, it's like, hey, we don't want that here. What have I done? And it still doesn't want this now. I feel like I fucked up the structure of this class somehow. What have I done? What is my quest? Compact source file contains no main method. Add main method. Do we need a main method? It says it's a compact source file. I don't even really know what that means. Is it because we're extending in these other classes, we're extending these other types and they have mains built in? Like in every single example? No, I mean like this. Public static void from public class this. Public static void. Bruh. The fuck? Got it. Should have read the stream title. Hey, no worries. No worries. You're all good. I feel like this is something that's really dumb. Like really, really dumb. Let's see. Exactly. Dense much? I'm doing something really stupid and I just don't see it. That was a pun on the compact. That's right. It sure was. Man, I don't know. Now, why does this require... I don't understand. I'm gonna take out all this shit. Put it over there. What is this? This is wild. without an explicit class declaration. Is this not it? It says compact source file contains no main method. So I, of course, had to look up what the hell is a compact source file. It says it's a .java file that contains top-level code. So why is this .java compared to the... why is this .java? I don't understand. Compared to the other classes? Like, this automatically did this and automatically put this, like, subclass in here? You gotta understand. JSON utils, and then if I call this JSON utils, I don't get what's happening over here. Compact source file in Java is a .java file that contains top-level code such as methods and fields without an explicit class declaration. Okay. What is explicit class declaration in Java? For example, it is public class, my class, public void, my method, and then the thing. Am I not doing this? Ah, some compiler stuff. Oh no, it looks like my chat's suddenly not working. I don't get it, bro. Is it because this is outside of that? It's outside of the class? Is that what the problem is? Do I have to declare these inside the class? And now suddenly type has changed and is not doing the thing. Cannot resolve type. Okay, there we go. Did we fix the problem? Missing package statement. Yeah, okay, it was there. There, okay. Jeez, man. What the hell? Okay, so basically it's just that I had that constant, or this public static final outside of the class. That was the problem. Should be freaking interesting. You don't even have to run the game. We just need to keep a look at the logger here. All right. Oh my god, dude, what a nightmare. Oh my lord. Oh, wait, hold on. Oops, my bad. My bad. Hold on. Incorrect. It's really It's really down here. So we're going to look for that server booted all in caps, and then we should see the stuff that was read in from our JSON file, hopefully. Hopefully. God willing. Oh, lots of issues. Server booted. And then severe exception. Expected begin object, but was string at line 1, column 1, path. Okay. JSON syntax exception. The error expected begin object but was string at line whatever occurs when a JSON parser like JSON expects a JSON object starting with brackets but instead receives a plain string enclosed in quotes. Okay, so do we need to not do like toString? Is that the problem here? And then this gives an error where it's like, hey, you need to wrap this in a string. Do I? Hold on. So expected begin object was string at line 1. Melissa, how are you? What does it mean? Okay. It was a string. It was expecting begin object. What the hell does that even mean? Malformed JSON input. Well, hold on. Let's just see that the file exists. It's there and it's wrapped the way that it should be. Improper string handling, using toString on a JSON object or incorrectly escaping quotes in a string. Is that what I need to do? Do I need to escape the quotes? Somehow? I mean, that's what makes this a string. I don't know how I escape that. Do I have to put double string? Or like double quotes? Somehow? Hold on. Let's try again. Use the debugger to stop and inspect. Build failed. Oh, because we're not doing that that toString business anymore. This string value of. And I will do what you suggested in just a moment, Voided. As I was writing the debugs, I was like, I could probably be using the debugger to step through this instead. Literally exactly what I was thinking, and then you type it out. Got it. So yeah, I mean, we get all of these debugs, so it's definitely with this. There's a problem here. So map string object of type, a type of map of string object values. Maybe, so the problem is that it's string right now. Is that the problem? That it's having a little hissy fit? Having a little hissy fit because it's string and expected an object because it's just so dumb. We can't be like generic and say it's just an object. It's gonna piss its pants because it's a string and it's not an object. Sorry, I'm Java. I peed my pants because I didn't know the explicit type. But that wasn't it either. Do I see your new badge? Of course I do. Scam puss? Excuse me? Scampus? This is a dangerous word for Twitch, okay? This is literally what it's called. And I have concerns. Java is very particular about identities. Got you. Well, I'm putting this... I mean, it's the same problem as before, right? Is it not? Yeah. Expected begin object. What is begin object? Expected begin object. But was string. Okay. That occurs when JSON expects a JSON object starting with these brackets, but it encounters a JSON array starting with a square bracket instead. This typically happens when the data structure in your JSON response is an array, but your Java class or type expects a single object. Well, I'm looking at it right now. I'm literally looking at the file that is being written. This is the content. That is what is in that JSON file. That is it. There's no square brackets. I'm pointing to the right one. Cardcommands.json. We've got the file path. That's what we're doing. And then down here, it's pooping its pants. And is it because we're changing this to a string now? So it's probably, it's wrapping this in some sort of, it's turning what I put above into this because we're doing it to string. Or like string value of. So the string you are giving it is wrong. Use the debugger. Okay. Sounds good. Let's try. I am not loading that file correctly. Okay. Okay, yes. JSON equals all of this craziness. So it's saying string object down here for this, whatever the frig this is. These are the arguments. Oh, hold on. Did I still have this as string? My bad. This should be object again. But I know that's not it. So execute string value of file. String value of file. Execute just this? How do I do that? Can I type this in and look? Result. String value of file. Oh, it's literally just pulling in the path. The file is not a JSON file, it's just the path. Right. So, question. So, I thought we were loading this. I thought that's the whole thing. Is this does not load the JSON? File equals new file at this path. Does that not create a new JSON file? You have to read the file contents. Okay. This is good. Hey, thank you very much, Yao. And welcome on in, buddy. Okay. Got it. Let's go back and take a look at this. So right after this, we need to read the file contents. Read files contents. Okay. And this is expecting it in a string. So we need to read this JSON file into a JSON string. Am I understanding that correctly? It creates a file object that just knows where the file exists. You need to load the contents. Yo, Leoshin, congrats, man. Congrats on winning that $10 Steam gift card. So at this point, if I'm gonna read the file, do I even need this? The file name, I feel like I can just put path in there, right? Do I even need this? And if so, why? I don't get it. If we're creating JSON, new JSON, try a file reader, named reader, at the path, we're gonna assign it to the results of this to this new object, which is just an object. My object type. I guess would this be can we do JSON string? Will that let it? Can we do that? Because that's what it wants down here, right? It wants this JSON string. Or JSON element. Wait, where's this map? We are doing the string object business from JSON reader. And then type map type. So JSON reader, could I just put reader in here like this? No. No, that seems to not like that. Right. Card tries to fix something that almost works. Also card smashes everything that was working with a sledgehammer. Yes. You can't read the contents during the winter of your discontent. Trouble. Lots of trouble. All right. Yes. This bullshit So my object. Okay, so really, what are we really doing? My object dot class. Dude, the f is this? Your AI is like, your chat rather, is like an AI responding to your questions. That's right. Chat, Google this for me. No, I'm looking at read JSON with a simple JSON parsing library.
Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. Fix it, fix it, fix it.
Again, I don't understand. Okay. What the f is a JSON string versus a JSON? JSON's the file format. JSON string is the contents. Like, I know what a string is. I'm not an idiot, but so we have several different JSON object choices. BSON, I know that's what's built in and what they use in Hytale. The Google one, because we're going to do the JSON crap, right? Also, this JSON from JSON reader at that path. So what is this shit? Reader and then some generic bullshit that I don't understand because I don't get generics yet. Why is it specifying a class of all things? I don't understand. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know. Do we want to create a local variable for some inane bullshit here? It's a native object for JavaScript. Okay. So this JSON from JSON. I guess map type? Question mark? This is what we did down here, right? Do we just pull this up here? Say reader map type. Where's this map? Oh, this is the map type stuff right here. Crazy. Will this work? Will it blend? I don't fucking know. Zero confidence. Zero confidence, guys. String JSON equals files.read string file.toPath. So string JSON, right? Files.read string. Okay, so there it is. It did the thing that I wanted it to do. It printed out the contents of that that JSON. Okay. Holy f, dude. What a pain in the ass. Such a basic thing that takes 8,000 steps. Java, man. All right. Okay, so now that we've talked about this, we are able to read in the contents, right? Sure, you can make any suggestions you want. Now, whether or not I'm going to give them any weight, that's another thing altogether. Yeah, of course, of course. You feel free. I'm always open to feedback. I think that you'd have to be an idiot to not be open to feedback, especially when you're a novice, right? So we're making a JSON object, a new one called JSON. Okay, this is Google's JSON format, right? This right here, I do not understand this line at all to save my life. So we've got this object is called a type, map type, and it says here, is this reflection? Like some sort of weird reflection thing that's happening, because it does say .reflect. So I have no idea. New type token map string object. Map string object, right? Like a map that has a string key and an object value. I don't know what type token is. And then I have no fucking idea what all this is. Get type? Get type of what? Get type of map? I don't know. One thing for me while I'm troubleshooting like that, I can change one thing at a time, because if you change the thing you're troubleshooting, then go, but wait, do I need this now? I can fix this and this. It might continue not working and you throw out the solution because it didn't work. But in reality, it did work, but it broke in a slightly different way because of something else you changed. Sure. I mean, I get that. You like to change one thing at a time. Totally. I understand completely. This last time when I added all this stuff, it's because I saw that we were repeating a lot of shit that was happening down here previously, and I knew that I could get it to work. I said I had 0 confidence, but it was higher than that. It was like maybe 3% confidence. No, really though, I did think that it was going to work. It's just so verbose, man. Java is just so verbose. Like, seriously, I think that they should show, like, hands of programmers, and when it gets to Java, it should just be bloody nubs. Just bloody nubs. That's all you have. You don't have fingers anymore. You just have bloody nubs. Push Toy, what's up? Type is reflection. And so I've heard reflection a lot, but I have no idea what it means, truly. What I've heard about reflection, this is the only thing that I think that I know about reflection, is that it can be used to access fields of something. That's really things that you might not otherwise have access to. I know that sometimes you can use reflection to get fields out of, like, say when you're doing modding specifically, there might be some classes or methods that are, or like they're private or closed or, I don't know, obfuscated in some way or something, and you can use reflection to pull the fields out by kind of like looping through. Does this make sense? This is like the only thing that I know about reflection. It's like this much. This verbosity is with these old APIs. They should have added some new APIs with less verbosity in the newer Java versions. That'd be nice. I mean, I just feel like I come from a JavaScript world, and it's very, like, to the point most of the time, it feels like. You know, I've done a little bit of JavaScript. And Java itself, it just seems like it's a lot more for whatever reason. The thing is, the verbosity actually helps. Well, in this case, yes, the verbosity, that's the strength of Java and the weakness of Java at the same time. It's like, it's so explicit in what it wants and what it tells you it wants and how it cries at you in the IDE that I can see it being amazing for large projects, because you know, you're getting really good feedback about what's wrong. Like it's expecting certain types and it will scream at you if you don't give them. It doesn't do any sort of translation or inference or anything like that. It's like, no, I told you I want a string and a string, and you gave me a string and a float. Go fuck yourself. Like that's basically what the IDE says, right? So, you know, or like when the types are not matching their expectations, you know what I mean? And so that's great, especially if you have a huge project. The specificity of it is like really good. But it is also, especially for somebody like me, very frustrating because I'm like, okay, I just want to load the file. It's like, how do you load the file? Well, first you have to make this object, and then you have to make a reader, and then you, you know, you read the object, and then you put it into this map, and then you can print it out and you can see what's in it. It's like, bro, that's like a one-liner in JavaScript, you know, or something like that. So it's a lot for me. But I'm trying my best, and I feel like I'm learning a lot, you know. I feel like I'm truly learning a lot. It's been a week of straight code basically this week, and not basically, actually this week. And more than that, really, because I've been doing so much code behind the scenes, and I feel like my skills have increased a lot. But when I ran into running into something like this, it's such a basic thing, you know, and then like just smashing my head against it forever, it's just so frustrating. Okay, let me back up here. There's nothing more frustrating than struggling because a function requires a string, and you have a field with a string. You put it in a var, and it converts to a number because it's a string of numbers. Then the function screams because it doesn't have a constructor that takes that number as a parameter. Right. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, if you think about it like a large project where you're passing data around like that all the time, if in the middle of that stream it gets inferred into some other data type, or some other type, I should say, object type, or primitive type, that would be really fucking frustrating. And then you got to track that shit down. That sucks. So I understand, like, that's why I feel like Java can be so strong, because it's telling you exactly what it wants, and it's not doing anything that you're not really explicitly telling it to do. I don't know. So I get it. Like, from Voided's point of view, he's like Java's king. He loves Java, and I can see for his use case, it totally makes sense. He deals with projects that have 100,000 plus lines of code, you know, and I can see how that is a strength for him. You know, he's got all that information that he needs, and he's not getting any weird errors because of some weird, you know, object type inference that occurs midstream, like you were talking about, ATK. You know, it's just all very explicit, but it is verbose. Again, I think there are strengths and weaknesses to all languages, but, and again, I'm a newbie, so what do I know? All the verbosity makes you want to watch the award-winning movie Virtuosity. Excellent. It's hard to learn, but it's easier to troubleshoot, and once you get used to it, it makes more sense. Sure, there's less black boxes, and you understand more specifically what the thing is doing. Exactly. Pushtoy says, reflection usually means type information, at least. But you can also generate types and classes in C#. Not sure about Java. Yeah, like I said, Pushtoy, one of the things that I know that reflection has been used for is, like, in modding, there are certain files that you just can't access. Like, for whatever reason, they're not open to the modders. But what you can do is you can get in there using reflection and make it loop through all of its, like, field properties. So I think what it is like, you don't know what kind of fields it has. You don't know anything about what this class's fields are, because it's like protected or something in some way. And again, I don't understand the concept of what makes it do that, but basically it loops through all of those fields and like pulls them out so that you can see what you're working with in this thing, even though it's like obfuscated or protected in some way. Like, this happens even like with Project Zomboid. There are certain classes that are like that, where you have to do that kind of reflection to pull that information out somehow. if that makes sense. But it's very interesting. But I think there are a few concepts that I want to go and really learn about tonight offline. One is reflection. The other one that I would really like to learn about tonight is abstract classes. I really want to learn about that and more about that, how that works. Lambda functions, the ternary operator, I think I get that at this point. Again, condition inside the parentheses. The first thing that follows it is the true condition. There's a colon, and then it's parentheses, that's the condition, question mark, the first condition, or the first thing after that is the true result, and then there's a colon, and then after that there's the false result. So I think I get that now. I think I have absorbed that, and I do understand that now. Again, it's just like learning these concepts one by one and coming into it stone cold with really very little foundational knowledge is pretty rough. But you guys have been amazing. I have to say thank you for your help and for your patience. It's not easy to convey what you're thinking over text and then also like wait for me to see it, get the context of where and when that happened and what I was doing, and then go back to it and, you know, frustratingly see me dance around it for a half hour or more. You know, thank you. JavaScript and Python are great for smaller, simpler programs. Java is great for bigger enterprise level applications. Java equals I control everything. JavaScript and Python equal why are you doing that? What are you even doing? What is going on? Yeah, exactly. Yes, reflection allows the program to examine its own code. Hence reflection. Oh, that's a really, dude, that's a really good way. When you say reflection, I'm always thinking like it's a mirror, you know, and I guess it kind of is. It's mirroring the information back to you, but it's reflecting on what is in its own code. That's a very good way to think about, you know, I always thought about it the other way, the other definition, right? Not like it's thinking about its own code and telling you about it or something, you know? Yeah, you can bypass class privacy with reflection. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Push Toy. Yeah. Reflection is brain bending. Equals, question mark, colon, semicolon. Exactly. Condition. Yes, condition. Question mark. True, colon, false. Yes, exactly. The condition that I saw, all the ones that I saw were in parentheses for Java, but I don't know if it's different for other languages or something, but that's why I said parens. Just because most conditions in an if-then statement are in parens, right? So, yep, it is. The program looks in a mirror and sees its own code, like you looking at your outfit in the mirror, right? You don't like using reflection in Java. It has bad performance, which is bad for game dev. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think I have heard that reflection is very heavy. It's very heavy, and it takes a lot of compute time. That's my understanding as well. And I know this only because of my limited modding experience. You see a lot of people talking about it a lot. It's like, yeah, you can get that information using reflection, but oh man, it's gonna be a lot of overhead for that, just so you know. And then if you get enough people that are using mods like that and you've got a big suite of them, well man, you really bogged down your performance at that point, you know. Use reflection to find kernel data. I've been half paying attention on the way home. Reflection to do with JSON is probably about getting the names of things to serialize them. Maybe. I don't know. Just this thing up here, this whole line, I'm not sure I get this line and what this is doing. But again, I don't think I need to get it as long as it works. As long as it works, I'm happy. There's been a lot of cases, many such cases, as we would say, of me understanding this or not understanding this. Cardinals in, the cool thing about ternaries is you can use them together with finals. So you can assign a final conditional result. A final conditional result. So one that is immutable. So you say, like, once this result is out there, it's final. We're not changing this. This thing is, it is stuck in stone. forever. You can never go back. Once you roll the D20, my friend, and it is a critical miss, it's a critical miss forever. Okay? If you want reflection, take off your hat. Bastard. Final all the things. Yeah, see, I got it. I have now figured you out, Voided. You are a coding control freak. I got it. He's a code control freak. He doesn't want anything to ever change aside from when he specifically says it. And you know what? If I had a project that had 100,000 lines of code, bro, I'd probably think the same exact way. Once the condition is checked, it's set for the duration of the program. That's nice. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's it. It's locked in. It's like, you know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you have like some sort of, I mean, maybe you have a male-female selector or something. Being a control freak is the entire point of strong typing. Exactly. Exactly. Obsessive coding disorder. OCD. You can bypass reflection by casting reflection on yourself and then bouncing spells off you. Dude, Dr. Mario Kart, that's the way right there. If Final Fantasy taught me anything, that's it. That's it. Perfect. I love this. Man. Okay. So we did get it to do the thing that we wanted it to do, which was to read in the existing file contents, and it spat them out down here. Okay. Step 1 complete. Now what we need to do is to merge the hold on. Merge the value, or sorry, key value we pass in we passed into the map. Okay, so this would be like map.merge. Is this a thing? Where's, oh, this map up here? Hold on. Map. I guess, do we were just so this map, we have assigned it inside the file reader. So how do we get this out of here? I need to get it. Get out. I need you to get out. Break out of jail. Break out of your baby jail. Think of it this way. Private final string font color. System.get LAF is dark mode. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. Right, and like whatever you choose, whether it's C0, C0, or 090909, it's stuck. That's it forever. It's locked. It's final. It's a constant. Look and feel, sure. What if I change my mind? What if I change my mind? You thought it was leak and fart. I thought it was just laugh. Just laugh. Get laugh. That's when you click on the Cardinals in stream and you watch me try to code. Eyes.getLaugh. Okay. So we need to get this map out of this try catch. So I mean, I've got void up here, so I don't like I hesitate to say, do we return this and then pass it into a new function? We call this like read file. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? So like, over here, will we maybe call this like read JSON now? Fax refactor time. Oh, for you? Yeah. Or for you talking about me refactoring all this? I say all this, all my 5 lines. So I'm just saying, like, I think that this needs to be like, you know, this needs to be key value that we're passing in, right? And probably for our purposes, it's going to be string key, string value, or string key object value, right? And then over here, this would no longer be void. Instead, it would be, what are we returning? We're returning a map. Can I do that? Map. So we pass in a key and a value. Oh, no, we're not doing that yet. My bad. We're not doing that here yet. No. That's later. And then down here, after all this, it's like return map. But again, it's like it doesn't know about this, so I guess we have to do it inside there. Is that right? Your theory is that card is a dry drunk and a furry. A dry drunk. I don't even know what that means. A dry drunk. So a prior drunk. I don't drink anymore. Card has a 30-second refactory period. Putting that into its own function is a refactor. Refractor. Got it. Avoided pigeon confirmed. All right, hold on. I think I'm just dumb. And I think I have to tell this specifically what we're expecting, right? Which is string object. Right? Is this why it's crying at me? That, and I got too many brackets right now for my code. Add a return statement. So this is return map, and then down here, just return, just regular old return. That's what it wants. You did the thing, but now it's make JSON utils return void. I guess. But if we do map out here, it's like it doesn't know about this shit. But we can't assign map until we get the reader, and we get the reader here. How the fuck does this work? It's like I feel like I'm stuck on a catch-22. String object map, right? We're declaring it and assigning it there. So we just need to declare it somewhere else, perhaps. This is the problem. So we'll just declare it up here. Is that right? And then down here is just map equals this. And then down here, return map. Did I do the thing? Did I do it? Okay, hold on. So instead of that there, let's go back to our main class and can we do this? So this should return the map, right? It should return the map so that we print it out. Assuming that we've encapsulated this correctly and it's all working. There's an update for Brotato? That's incredible. Just define the function as a void type and return nothing. But I want to return the map. I want to return the map so that the next part I can use the map in the next function to pass in a specific string and or a key and value. A string key and an object value and merge it into the existing thing. He wants to return the map so he knows where he's going. So it did print it again, which is good. And make a map type function and return the map. I did. I did right here. And I returned the map. Am I doing it right? Okay. So the next, this is like, and we're actually going to rename this. We got to rename this thing. I don't even know. You can't read on a 3-inch screen. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Shit, man. The thing is, when I rename this, it's gonna be like, well, you don't have something named JSON YouTube's EnhancedVision YouTube Clash. So now we're gonna do all kinds of weird shit because we're Java and we're mad. Okay. But I really just want to call it read JSON. Or JSON to map. How about that? Zin is officially losing it. I am. And it's all Java's fault. Just so you know. JSON to map. Okay, let's go over here and say JSON to map. Does this work? No, nope, because we got to import that method. Okay. It doesn't like it. There's something wrong. What do we do? Dearest Java, how did we offend thee? Okay, got it. Okay, we're good. All right, again. So Voided, can I just tell you something? I love you very much. You know this, right? But I now know why you were so ultra specific in your language. Like me, I'm very hyperbolic. And I like, oh yeah, man, I saw it was like 1,000 cars got exploded. And it was like just like a couple of cars got into a fender bender or something. A very exaggerated language. Voided is very precise. Okay. Wrong. He likes Java because he's hyper specific in his language. Which came first, the cart or the horse? So I feel like this is why he it might be both. It might be both. Maybe he started that way and it just made it more so over time. It's a sign that he's getting good at programming. It's so good. All right, so it did what I wanted it to do again, which is good. Okay. I think that we're good here. We have JSON utils. We have a separate function here that takes in a map with string and object JSON to map. Does that make sense? We take in a JSON, we spit out a map. I think that works. Okay. The next step is to merge a string key and object value into an existing map. Okay. Does this make sense, I hope? I hope this makes sense. Okay. We're gonna take let's see here. Let's see here. So we're gonna return a map of string objects. Yes. We're gonna call this thing merge key merge string string key object value. That's so long. Into map. This is so long. I mean, maybe we don't need that. Maybe it's just key because it's going to be defined right here. Right? So like that seems a little overly verbose, even for Java. So maybe merge key value to map. And we do string key object value. Right? That's what we're passing. We're passing it a key. We're passing it a string key, an object value. Right? And then we want to merge it into the existing map. Right? So we need to pass it a key, we need to pass it a value, and we need to pass it a map. And that is a map of type string object. Right? Are we winning? I don't know. All right. So now the map. Again, we're all set with the map. Map equals down here. We're not going to make a new map. Right? We don't need to make a new map. I don't think we need this JSON business, right? We already have what we need regarding all that. This here, I'm not fucking sure because I have still no idea what the fuck it does. You're using some shit I don't even know what it is. I love that we've developed as Java devs completely differently. Yeah. I mean, so what I'm doing here is... So it's going to spit out a map and the keys are going to be strings and the values are going to be objects. And then here's, we got the name of the actual function. And what I'm passing into this function is going to be the string key that I want to add to the map with its object value, right? And then I need to give it the map that I'm going to add it to. So we're giving it the map, adding the string and the string key and the object value, and then spitting out this string object. That's what we're going to try to do. That's what we're going to try to do. So, oh, I need to give this a name. Sorry, map. There it is. So I don't know that this map type stuff, I don't think that we need this. I don't think we need this. So we've already got the thing read in as well. So we don't need that either. So we need to do map.merge. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Map.merge. And it says string key object value. This by function stuff. Dude, I have no idea what the fuck that means. Like, I have really no idea. We're going to merge key value. Does that work? It's expecting something else. 3 arguments. So we need to put like the by function argument in here. And I have no idea what that wants. Key value by function. Examples of map.merge in Java. Holy shit, man. I am indeed I am not a robot. Brave. Thank you. Brave's like, okay, this time. Merging two maps. I mean, hold on. I think Voided told me that you could just do puts and it would automatically overwrite. You already have an example somewhere in your code that just spits out the first option. The first option. Look at put all. Yo! What's up, WeatherWolf? Welcome on in. Happy Friday. Removes all of the mappings from this map. Optional. The map will be empty afterwards. Wait, what? Oh, that's clear. Okay, hold on. I'm like, what? How are we putting things if it's like clearing it out? Okay, hold on. It's up here. Holy crap card. Copies all of the mappings from the specified map to this map. The effect of this call is equivalent to that of calling put KV on this map once for each mapping. That's great. I love that. The behavior of this operation is undefined if the specific map is modified while the operation is in progress. Well, that could happen. That could happen. Actually, no, it won't. Not unless it takes longer than 60 seconds to write all this. Encounter order. No idea what that is. Processing of its mappings generally occurs in that order. Okay. Params. M. Mappings to be stored in this map, rather. Throws unsupported operation exceptions if the put all operation is not supported by this map. Okay. These are the exceptions and stuff that we'll get from this. Okay, got it. But basically, it's going to go through... It's the equivalent of calling put KV on this map. So when they say on this map, that's like for each key value pair in the map. It does all of them. Right? So put all will literally do a put for all key value pairs in a map. Okay, well, that's good, but I'm kind of doing the opposite of that. Am I not? Because I'm reading the file that exists, and I want to add in a string and a key and a value. So I'm not doing the... I'm not working with like another map per se. In this specific instance, I mean, I could make another utility function that does that, I suppose, but... the by function is a function you provide to choose between conflicting values for the same key. You already have an example somewhere in your code that just spits out the first option. I saw it commented out somewhere. It's not commented out anymore. It's gone, but I did... You're talking about this? You're talking about this. Nerps, yeah? Why did that not... Bro. Holy shit, did I just discover something? Hold on. Bro. Chat. Type // and then a message. No space. And then hit enter. in Twitch chat. Literally, if you do a comment out, like / message and hit enter, it like sends it, but nothing happens because it's commented out. Like, what the what on earth is that? That is so weird. Why is that not taken as literal, like literal slashes? Jezda says no. No, I will not do it. Jezda, what's up, man? Show my chat on screen. I can't because it's part of my OBS. It's different for me and other people. You did it, but nothing happened. Exactly. Like you type / and then a message and hit enter, but it didn't send the message, right? It's not commented out. / is the start of commands. There is no / command, so it does nothing because that command doesn't exist. Ah, there you go. There you go. That makes sense. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. Let me see over here. Yeah, over on my dashboard, it does the same thing. Here, I'm gonna actually bring up my actual channel proper and try it too. That's interesting. I wonder if you guys try it, does it say like you don't have access to commands because you're not a mod or something? Yeah. Unrecognized command. So I did it over there, over here in OBS, and on like the Twitch control panel chat. Then all of them just do nothing. They don't give me any message. They don't give me any feedback. It does nothing on all of them, all 3 of them. /test, but do / test. And that's why I was like, it thinks that it was commenting it out. That's what I thought, like a / comments things out in code. But ATK is 100% right. It's like a / is a command in chat. And since / is not a recognized command, it literally does nothing. So you likely will get some sort of error message, but I don't get any. You want to see something really bizarre? Try to do a / test. Dude, why is Twitch so weird? Like, why are these not... I don't know. I don't understand. It's like, maybe... is each message like an object of some sort? That's so weird, man. And you do quote / test? Does it work like that? That's because period can also start commands. Oh, that's fine. Interesting. It's really weird. I mean, that was .announce C. Oh. Being a shithead. Let's see. All right, so let's get back to this. So what I'm trying to do is take the key and the value and merge that into this map. Now, we did paste an example here. Right? Map.merge, key, new, old. I don't know what does old even mean? Old, new V. Dude, I have no idea what the fuck this means. So key, value, and then it wants old, new V, and then new V. Is it? I have no idea what the fuck this means. I've got my key and my value. Object old. What's the old object? What object? The old map? The old value? I haven't read it in. I haven't read in the... I just want to add it to the map. Damn you! So hold on. Let's read about put. I might even just have to do a put, which would be really silly, but that's okay. Put. Okay, so associates the specified value with the specified key in this map. If the map previously contained a mapping for the key, the old value is replaced. Perfect. That is exactly what I like. That's exactly what I want. So do we want to like isolate each little bit of this function? Each bit of this little functionality? Like we're gonna, I mean, this is like its own function on its own, right? Do we need to break this all out into its own thing? Oh, hello. Are you helping me code, bud? Hey, buddy. Aw, hey, bud. Hi. What a cutie. What a cute little kitty you are. Hello, bud. Did you see him come up and just gives me a little rub and then he bumps down? Crazy cat. You're a very good kitty, Samson. All of chat says so. Even if they don't say so, I know they're thinking it. All right. I don't need this. Right? Maybe I do. I don't. Not yet. ATK. Let's see here. Who makes Claude? What company is it that makes Claude? Map.put key value. And the map is the map that we pass in. And then we return the map. It's a lot. But I mean, basically at this point, so we've got a proud Claude General Electric Power Company. No, you know, Claude AI. And I don't mean Claude. Okay? Or Claude. I mean Claude. I mean, the thing is, if we do this JSON to map, that's a nice functionality to have and just be able to call that, right? That's a nice thing to be able to call. Right? But what I should do is I should make this generic so that I can, we need to put a file path in there, right? It should be like, yeah. It should be, I don't even know how you do that. Like string file path. And then in here you do file path. And then way over here, out here, I put JSON to map path. That's a constant. And if we run all this, this will work, hopefully. Old task failed. Oh, hold on. Because there's other shit going on over there that I haven't cleaned up yet. And there it is. Okay. Okay. Question is, why is the server starting up with a 1.1? Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah, we need to add some stuff about that too. Okay. JSON to map. Merge key value to map. And we'll do this. This needs to happen every single time that the who's and what's it ticks down. Right? So every single time we decrement. Sorry, this is where we need to do that. My bad. Hold on. So the key would be string. So this is gonna be global entity damage modifier. The object. Oh, sorry. Actually, my bad. JSON to map. So JSON to map this path. Then we merge it. Hold on a second. Map equals. So map of type string object called map. And then we do this. Right? And then we need to print this out somewhere. Now we need to reverse it and do map to JSON. So just like saving the JSON, basically. Get JSON. Sorry. Convert JSON to map. Then add add current key value to map. save map as JSON. The only thing is, I'm just wondering if there's gonna be a problem if I need to like close the file reader or something. I'm not sure. How that all works. Hold on. So we try this file reader, blah, 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 blah. Do we have to close it out once we get the map and return the map? We've assigned the map. Do we need it like reader.close? Yeah? It does not like that. Why? Remove redundant close. All right, I guess we don't need to do it? Question mark? So we reduce our decrement amount. We convert it to a map, the JSON to a map. We're like loading current values so they can be updated. Add current key value to map so we can write the whole JSON. And then save the map as a JSON. Okay. Save map as JSON in Java. Old habits die hard, bro. There's nothing really important to do when reading a file, but when writing a file, you need to be careful. Sometimes the writer you're using is buffered, so you were actually just writing to some RAM location, and you need to make sure you close the file, which will force it to write anything it still had in the buffer. Right, so that's what I just did previously. I mean, that was reading, I guess. We're not writing yet, but with this one, we're gonna write, so we gotta close it out after, yeah? Before, I was just reading, right? And adding it to a map, and then merging values into that map, and now we're gonna take the map and write it to JSON. Right. So I guess So we pass in the map and we pass in the file path, right? I mean, we don't need to do this, right? Because it's a constant. Right, so we don't need to do that, right? GSON will probably handle it if your only involvement is just giving GSON a file writer. Got it. So many errors, it's not happy. Modifier static is not allowed here. Think about a break soon, maybe? Yeah, that's probably a good plan. We've been at it for 3 hours. Thanks for the heads up. I definitely should. Okay. Thank you for that, Nano. Let's see. Let's give this a quick go here. So, do we need new JSON? I guess we do if we're going to write it, right? JSON equals new JSON. Try file writer, writer, new file writer at path, JSON to JSON, map. Oh, hold on. I keep forgetting this. Map, writer, system out, map saved to... Okay, let's just do... This worked and updated. Yay. Static is not allowed. Now hold on. Is it just public? Method return type missing or constructor name does not match class name. We're not returning anything, right? We're just writing it and then saying that we did it. Yeah. Yeah, void. Yeah. Uh-huh. Cool. Cool. So this should do the thing, right? I guess, again, this is one of those things where we could do string file path, right? Yeah. All right. Variable file is never used. Do I use this? Do I even need this? I love the comments. Do I even need this? And if so, why? Well, let's remove it. It's never used. Parameter file path is never used. String file path. Oh, right here. Okay. Unused import statement. Okay, great. Goodbye. Call to print stack trace should probably be replaced with more robust logging. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Return value of the method is never used. Well, wait, hold on a second. We're passing in this map, and then we're spitting it out after we do the mutation. But then we will be using it afterwards. Like, we're going to pass this into a new function. What is the data result of this function? I don't see you setting any values in the class or anything. It's because it's generalized, NERPs, and what we're gonna do is every time that the global entity damage ticks down, decrementing, basically we need to update our JSON file. That way, if the server should crash on load, I can load that JSON file and resume. If that makes sense. This is just like crash and restarting safety. Exactly. Just putting some strings in a physical place so that if the server should crash, we can retrieve them. That's what all this is about. All of it. So what we should be doing is we take in this JSON to map and give it the file path, right? The file path in this case is going to be this constant, right? We're always going to use this until this gets so big that we need to bifurcate it into like a, maybe like a config and then like working stuff or like a list of enemies or something or whatever. Anyway, point being that we write the existing JSON, which will always be there, to a map. We then merge our current value into the map using map put, right? And then we spit out the JSON again and overwrite the existing JSON with the new map. That's the gameplay. So 3-step process. Read what's there, add the new info or updated info, or maybe even the same info. It won't be. And then spit it back out again. And this should only happen like once every 60 seconds during that global entity damage event. So like when you guys donate and you make the multiplier happen, that should do that. Now, the other thing is, if this truly is local, running inside my existing mods folder while I'm playing on the dedicated, if that is the case, then I can use that information to do all kinds of cool stuff in OBS. I could add all kinds of crazy things that get added to the JSON. Which is why I think it's important to have like a separate utility class where it's doing these things. Because you probably only want that happening in like one place at a time. So we may have to change this too. There might be like a send to map for, you know, next write or something like that. Like eventually. So that we're not writing a million times, because that gets really not good. Okay. So I think this is right. We're taking in a map of string and objects, keys and values of just name map. And this string is the file path. We write to the file path the information in the map that we passed with the writer that we just created. And we say, this worked and updated, yay. The end. Right? And it's gray because we haven't used it anywhere yet. So now the next part is map to JSON. And so it was the map. Oh, hold on. It's actually this. So it's the result of this. Is that gonna work? So that it's that the result of that function is our map. Okay, and then the file path is literally just path. Will that work? Map to JSON. One related problem. What is the related problem? Create method map to JSON and KK modify global entity damage. Why? Why would we need to do that? I don't understand. It may be that way, Nerps. That, I mean, there might be like separate breakouts so that way there's not issues with the writing and the reading. Because you don't really want like people writing and reading to the same file from different places, right? That would be not good. Because if you're trying to, I think I just read that if you try to write while something is being accessed, then it would return with a null error exception. The Bob Ross of coding. Thank you. Hey, we're just gonna pepper in a little stand of trees here. Little happy little trees. Take our fan brush, number 3 fan brush, feather them in. Wispy little pine tree. There we go. Dude, you need to do that the whole time. SG, what's up, man? Thank you for that. And Taco, thank you for the gifted sub to Nano. Don't worry about those warnings. They're just happy little accidents. Happy little Stack Overflow. I think if I talked in that voice, like ASMR style voice, the whole stream, I think like less than a half hour in, everybody would be asleep. So I don't understand this. Why is it not letting me do the thing? I don't get it. So map to JSON. I want to pass the value, the return. I guess I can't do it this way. Hold on. So instead of that, maybe we say map string object, and we're gonna name this map to save is equal to this. Unused declaration has no quick fixes. Insert this. What? I'm so confused. What is happening? I mean, I don't want to make a new one every single time. I have code somewhere about how to declare a hash map. We're gonna go do that. Hold on. Right here. All right, it was exactly what I just had. It was literally exactly what I just had. But we need to assign it out here. Other init. Here we go. So public map string object of type map to save, and then down here map to save equals this, and then down here we can put map to save path. But again, why is it saying that I can't do this function here? I don't understand. Why is this? So I have this, it's right down here, map to JSON. One related problem, public void, public static. Oh, because it's not, oh, hold on. Can I do public static void? And then we'll be all set. Okay, hold on, my bad. Because again, yeah, okay. Otherwise I would have had to instantiate a copy of, or an instance of JSON utils in this in order to access and use these functions, right? Static versus non-static, right? I knew a thing. I knew a thing that I needed to do. Okay. Sleeping viewers are viewers that are not clicking away. Perfect. Nano wasn't feeling your content lately. They unsubbed. This sucks. Coding for a week straight. What a it's not what I pay you for, Big Red Hat Man. Get back to dying, okay? We want to see you virtually in all these games. All right. Dude, Fiesta Taco, for real, thank you so much. That was very, very kind of you. I hope you and Cheddar Cheese are doing okay. I worry about Cheddar. It's a long time for him to have to be kind of idle. You know what I mean? I'm going to put a little note here. Writing to JSON complete. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. You found Cherry Float Coke Zero. Wait, Cherry Float Coke Zero? What? That sounds awesome, dude. Cherry Float Coke Zero. I would probably love that. I'm not gonna lie. If he does this now, it will give us more things to kill him with. True story. I mean, this is gonna be a fun one because I should be able to show the multiplier on the screen. So like as it's happening and even as it ticks down, I should be able to hook into this JSON data and basically show what I want on the screen. They sell Cherry Float Coke Zero at your store. Damn, dude. He heard you, so now he's on the couch. That's so funny. He heard his name. That's so cute. All right, let's give this a shot. I'm actually gonna get in the game and do the thing, and then we're gonna watch this debug. We're gonna watch this, and not the game. I know, it's very interesting. This is this blank screen of code. Just filled to the brim. All right, let's see here. All right, let's log in. Okay. Yeah. There was a guy here and I needed to murderize him immediately. All right, so that global entity damage modifier is 1.0, which is what it will be, you know, base wise. I might actually, I might load it in at, yeah, okay, let's just do this first. One step at a time card. Okay, here we go. Let me run the command. So I'm gonna set the damage modifier to 1.2, 1.2x. So 20% more damage. Okay, now let's watch this thing down at the bottom. Okay, attempting to write file, attempted to write completed. Okay, so I could go and open these and it should say 1.2 out there. Wow! Bruh. Chat. Bro, this ain't it. Abort! Abort! Holy shit, dude. The JSON's almost a meg already. What the fuck happened there? Holy shit. It just keeps going. And it don't stop coming, 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 and it don't stop coming. Holy f***. What in the shit is all this that it's printing? What is this? Global entity damage modifier. And then for the value, it says, oh my goodness, hold on. Hold on, I think it's printing the class. Oh, it's printing the class and not the value. Hold on a second. Hold on. What the fuck? All right. This is crazy. All right. Map to save is this. Oh my goodness. Hold on. So dumb, dude. That is so incredibly dumb. Did you just write 1 million characters? Well, not technically a million. But it may be 201,805 lines. Potentially. Potentially. There's a lot more than 5 characters per line here. So yes, I definitely wrote 1 million characters. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna try it again. Hopefully it's not as catastrophic. Okay. Yes. That should be better. That should be better. Let's try this again. It's fine. You know, sometimes you just write 1 million characters real quick over the course of 5 seconds. Hey man, my computer can do like billions of operations. It's fine. A million billion operations. All right, let's see how this works. Okay. Here we go again. 1.2. Again, right now in the JSON, it's listed as 1.1. Actually, it is not. Hold on. There we go. 1.1 is the current value. Okay. So we're going to set it to 1.2. Okay. Attempting to write file. Attempting to write completed. Let me go look at the size of this thing and make sure it's not getting into 1 million billion territory. Oh my god, it's only 1 KB. It's only 1 KB, chat. Let's wait for it to write again, which will happen in like a little bit. There it is. This worked and updated. Yay. Okay. Now if I open up the cardcommands.json, it should... Yeah, it sure is. 1.1800001. Okay, so now we got to truncate that to 2 decimal places. So let's go fix that. Let's go fix that. Epic. It's working. That is working. We are saving it to a file as it happens. That is beautiful. I love it. Fantastic. All right. So let's see. Where does this happen? So global entity damage modifier. This needs to be at a maximum 2 decimal places. So we need to truncate. Let me ask the amazing Brave how to truncate a float in Java. For truncating to a specific number of decimal places, scale the number. Well, I don't necessarily want to do that. There's a different way, right? Can we just get rid of the places? Damn it. Oy, oy, oy. Are you just truncating it for use in a string? This is a float. So I need to truncate it as a float. Yeller! Every time I see yellow and I think yeller, I think of that in Home Alone, the guy who's like, you get your no good yeller keister off of my lawn before I count to 10 or whatever the shit he says. I don't think old yeller, because that's just sad. The tree redeems are still showing. Are they? They shouldn't be. Hold on. Is it in the extension or is it in the Twitch points? Okay, that doesn't help me. The Twitch points or the Twitch extension? They're both Twitch. And that's really weird because they're all off. The only ones that should be on are Final Fantasy Fanfare, Red Alert, and Police. Are they still showing? Hold on. Maybe I have to disable them manually on the actual dashboard. Channel points. Well, let's go in here and do some managing. Yep, we don't want those. Okay. That should work now, I think. It might be that there's something programmatic that's re-enabling them or something. It says they can't be used, but they still show up in the list. Got you. Refresh and let me know if they're gone now. They should be. Thanks for the heads up on that. So, what they suggest is this. Yeah, so global entity damage modifier is equal to this amount, but real quick. Is this right? Hold on. Cast it to a float. Okay. Truncating to 2 decimal places. I think that will work. We'll do this, and otherwise we do this thing where we add, but hold on. I guess we probably want to do that there too, to ensure that it is correct. Okay. Nope, they're gone. Cool. Awesome. Love that. All right. Let me just take a look at the place where that was, that file. So check it out. This is what it showed previously. That's what it shows right now, because when I quit out, that's what it was. How cool is that? So now this means that if like the server crashes, I can simply grab that value and rerun it. But actually, even better than that, when the server boots, I can run that function with that argument. Like I can say, go and read the JSON, get the value that belongs to this specific key, global entity damage modifier, pass that into the function, and when it reboots, just resume it automatically. It will never be wrong. It will always be right. Assuming my code is right. Assuming everything works as it's supposed to. It should, I mean, I think that's really cool. Now we have a server that literally, if it shuts down haphazardly, if it has to restart at 8 o'clock and we're in the middle of a really crazy damage multiplier, like 2.4x or something crazy like that because of the donations, then yeah, that's pretty cool. And no donations happen during a restart. Well, that's true. That is true. No donations happen during a restart. You know, that is a very good point. I don't know what to do with that, though, really. I mean, I don't know how I can, like, from my bot, check the status of the server to make sure it's up. And if it isn't up, add this thing to a queue and then keep checking on it until it is up and then fire the queue. You could do it, but is the juice worth the squeeze? Or do I just go and check, you know, what it is? Oh, hey, you just added another, you know, 50%. Hold on. When we get in, I'll just add it real quick for you manually. You know, can't catch them all. You'd have to have a consume system and duplex. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's crazy. But this does take care of a lot of the problem. Because I think if you say, hey, guys, we're going to restart the server real quick, which takes all of about literally 30 seconds. That's not too bad. It's a small window, but it is a window. I will give you that. I will give you that. Violent farting. I need this. I need this. You know what I need? I need this for the upcoming season. Lent fart. That's when you don't eat beef. That's when you don't eat beef or meat on Fridays or for an entire season. Crazy. So what the fuck was I gonna do? I just made some changes. I don't even remember what the hell it is. Let's just start the server up again. I don't remember shit. Oh yeah, we wanted to make sure that it's truncating. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Truncating. Specifically want to make sure that it's not doing anything weird. Like if I go and add additional multiplier on there. All right, let's set it to 1.5. Okay. We did it right there. You can see we set it to 1.5. All right. Gonna do the thing. All right. There was a problem. Wait, writing to JSON complete. The system cannot find the file specified. Why? Wait, hold on. Why? Concern? This worked and updated. Did it though? Because it's not. Oh, but it is. It says 1.47 right now. So what the fuck? What is going on? And now it's fine. It literally did it, but it said it didn't. What? That is so weird. The system can't find the file specified. Is it because I had it open recently manually out here? And so it's just, I didn't even have it open when I started the server. Hold on. Let's go check and make sure it's doing what it needs to do. Okay, so we're at what? We're gonna be at 1.42 in a second. 1.42. Opening the file. 1.42. I just closed the file. Again, I don't know how it can say the system can't find the file specified if it's literally writing to it. 1.41. WeatherWolf, have a great night. Thanks very much for hanging out. 1.4. Admiral says purr. Have a good night. Oh, let me try that now. Hold on. No, it doesn't. Hold on. Weather. No, it doesn't let me use it. It must be only in your chat, WeatherWolf, the follower emotes. So, chat, I mean, I see this. It's working. It says that it's not working, but it is most definitely working. 1.35. I mean, it's keeping pace with where we're at. Like, look at this. Hold on a second. Let me... All right, so you see it says the system cannot find the file specified, like over and over and over again, right? Is it because we didn't close the writer? Seems strange, but thanks for trying. You're welcome. But you can see, chat, it is definitely working. Like, see the chat log right there, 1.3. This will take down to 1.29. And if I open up the cardcommands.json, this is what I have right now. 1.29. So it says that it's not it's not writing, but it is writing. 1.28. Let me open it up again. Now down to 1.27. That's what I get. Again, it's fine. But it says that it isn't, and that's making me very nervous. It says java.io file not found exception. What are they talking about? Why is it not found? And you know what I think? Hold on. I mean, I don't even know. Like, is there a way for me to debug this? Like, can I use the debug mode to... I don't know what I would click on in terms of, like, stepping through to find this. I mean, it's working just fine. And actually, hold on. I want to see what happens when I add additional. So let's add 0.5 more. So right now, it's going to be dropping down to 1.21. There it is. Let's add 0.5 more. Now it says that it's 1.21. That's wrong. When it ticks down next, it should update. 1.7. So it's at 1.71. It ticked down to 1.7. If I open up the cardcommands.json, that time, hold on. That time it didn't. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Did you leave another write attempt somewhere else? And that is the one with the error? I mean, maybe.
Clap on, clap off, clap on, clap off. The clapper.
The clapper is now available.
Oh,
at
it's right here. It's literally right in the code, right in front of us. Hold on. I gotta wait though. Am I fishing for glizzies? Hell yeah. Yum yum. I get what it is. I get what it is, I think. Hold on. So I think it's in here. Let me make this large again. I think it's because of this. So hold on. This is right here. I think it's because of this. Data put right this value here. So actually this is all not so right. And this is the first time that it happens. So maybe that's the problem, is that we're writing it the first time that it happens. Let me comment this out. I'm curious to see what will happen when I comment it out. Okay. Let us try again. Let me quit out here. Keg, what's up, man? It's good to see you. Hope you're having a great night. Happy Friday. Hope you and the wife are doing great, man. You and the kiddos. I'm just trying to code, and it's going okay. I guess it's going okay. Could be going better. Could be going a lot worse, though. All right, so let's run this again. Oh, shit, man. Okay, after this, though, I do need to take a break. Been at it for 4 hours now. Gotta get up and walk around before I lose my legs. Okay, so let's go. We're connecting. Okay. Let's try running that command. Oh, thank you so much for the donation. The $50 donation. We get a additional 50% damage. Did it do anything? Oh yeah, 15 seconds, right? The first one's 15 seconds. 1.49. File not found exception. Writing to JSON complete. The system cannot find the file specified. So it should be 1.49 right now. Hey, bud. Let's see. Server mods this. Let's wait for it to update one more time. 1.46. That's what I have. What's the problem here? I don't understand. 1.45. No problem. It's in there. It's in there. It's not a problem. 1.144. Okay, now I'm gonna add more time, or add more multiplier. Oh, somebody else donated $50. Thank you so much. We're up to almost a 2x. We should be at like 1.92 here in just a moment. 1.92. Oh my god. That's wild. There it is. So, I mean, it looks like it's working fine. I don't know why it's saying that it can't find the file. It exists. The thing is, where is this happening? Like, I don't get enough of a log to know what is causing this. File input stream, file reader Java, JSON utils 24. Okay, hold on. This is the JSON to map. So this is like where we read the JSON into a map. We get a file reader named reader, new file reader file path. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. I think did we ever fix that? Hold on. JSON to map. And we added a path. That's right. So map string object map JSON to path. Or JSON to map. That's right, right? And then over here, 24, this is in JSON to map. Try file reader. Map. Map is a new hash map. Is this the problem? That I'm doing it inside this? And it's constantly creating a new map? And so it's saying like it can't find something? Should I define this outside of the function? But if I do that, then all these other maps are going to be messed up. I did have this file equals new file path. Do I even need this? And if so, why? Because it was like, it's not even used, is what it told me. I do this and it's not used, and it's right. Like, file is not used anywhere. So I don't understand that at all. Huh. I mean, it's working though. I don't know. This is so weird. This is where like debugging skills would be nice, huh? But I suppose I won't know anything about debugging unless I, you know, do debugging, okay? By the way, Violence Against the Rich, how you doing tonight? And it's happening here. Global entity damage, Java, line 78. Line numbers are likely diverged. Try to find the current location inside this. Interesting. Okay. JSON to map. Oh, well, this is why. JSON to map writing to JSON complete is not a... That's not a file path. That's not a file path, dude. Is this the problem? This is the problem, isn't it? That's why it's working, but it's not working. Let's save and run again. Good. Nox is causing problems. Nox is causing problems. All right, let's see what this does. Okay. We're going to set it back up to 1.5. There we go. 1.5F. You see it down there next to my name. It's set. And now after 15 seconds, it will stop ticking. It will start ticking down. $1.49. And look, chat. No errors. No errors, chat. Look at that. I'm gonna applaud for myself, okay? It's cringy, but I'm happy. And again, if I go and I open up the file right now, and I grab it right now, and I paste it right now, boom. There it is. 1.47. Wait, hold on. Why is it not in quotes though? Hold on. Now, do we have a different issue? Why is it not in quotes? It should. Wait, hold on. Don't. With the JSON, both things need to be in quotes, right? Like strings. Oh, I guess they don't actually. Hold on. They don't. Okay. All right, all right, all right. So that float is fine, just like that. Okay, okay, okay. I was about to have a cow. Whew, all right. It's working. So now really what we want to do is when the server starts up, we want to check to see if the global entity damage modifier value is higher than 1 point whatever. Right? And if it is, then do the thing. You are specifically not supposed to have a cow, man. Look, man, I do what I want, okay? I do what I want. Pepperoni time, all right? St. Peter at the gates is like, well, I do see here you did have pepperoni on a Friday. Okay, you can't have that. Can't have any of that. Pepperoni. Oh, look at this. T-bone. T-bone on a Friday. Shameful. Nope. Can't do it. Sorry, bud. Eternal condemnation and damnation it is for you. See you later. All right. This works. Hell yeah. Let's freaking go, man. And let's see, what was it at when we quit out? When we quit out, the multiplier was at that much. He predicted the needing to start a countdown on server start before it happened. He's learning. Yeah, I need. So that's the next step. Is like we do need to like on the card commands on boot function right here. Let's see here. In here, the on boot event, we need to do this, and that is check to see if the global entity damage modifier is greater than 1.0, and if so, run a command to resume the countdown at the prior multiplier. Prior or the previously interrupted / saved multiplier. Dude, I hate that shift return doesn't do what I want it to do. All right, cool. Let's do a gift card giveaway. Leocean, I hope you put your message in the prize claim channel of Discord. Let's see here. He did. All right, cool. Let's see. $10 Steam gift card? $10 Steam gift card. All right. 10-minute break. Here we go. Good luck, everybody. I will return.
So you've decided to stick around while I went AFK. Brave and appreciated. Your time and attention are the gifts I cherish the most. While I'm away fulfilling those pesky basic human needs, let me take this opportunity to educate you about the Cardinal Zin stream. While you watch this stream on Twitch, every 5 minutes you are receiving card cash and raffle tokens. Card cash is used on Twitch to redeem sound effects, visual memes that take over the screen, and custom game interactions. Card cash never resets. Raffle tokens are used on Twitch to buy raffle tickets for raffled items. Every Friday, I raffle off at least 3 $10 Steam gift cards during the stream. At the end of Friday's stream, these tokens are reset to 0, so everyone has a good chance to win, even our new friends. For those looking to get as many chances to win as possible, be sure to show up at least a few minutes before the start of a stream and stick around through the stream credits for a nice fat raffle token bonus. If you ever want to check your virtual wallet, you can always check your balances using !BAL on Twitch to see how many card cash and raffle tokens you're currently holding. Yes, holding. It's especially important to do this when you have a lot of card cash or raffle tokens so that everyone knows just how amazing you are and how much more they would have to hoard to be equally as awesome as you. Now, you may have noticed, but this is a highly interactive stream where chat is allowed to murder me influence my games directly. We refer to this type of interactivity as Twitch integration, and it comes in a number of different flavors. I use cookie-cutter solutions like crowd control or chaos tricks, but also have custom-coded card commands for many games I play, including Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield. Crowd control and chaos tricks require Twitch bits and can be used to spawn monsters, give items, or set me on fire 13 times in a row until I want to cry blood into a pile of my own human ashes. Neat! Likewise, custom-coded card commands for games like Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield can also be triggered using bits in the Lumia panel, but can also be triggered using chat commands, assuming you have enough card tokens to trigger them. Lastly, card controls affect my screen and impact any game I play, but they also require card tokens to activate. Yes, that's right, there's a third point system on my channel, card tokens, and as a token of my appreciation for your continued attention, I'm now going to tell you how you can save big. So let's say you want to spawn that big nasty golem on me. Let's be honest, I probably deserve it. And you're about to cheer 500 bits through the Lumia panel to spawn the monster that will undoubtedly crush me into priest dust. Typically, those 500 bits would cost $7. So that's like a markup of 40%. Instead, by donating $5 at coffee.com/cardinalzin and entering only your Twitch username in the message, not username, field, the bot here will give you 500 card tokens. With card tokens now in hand, you can simply type a chat command to spawn that creature, just like you would with bits through the Lumia panel, only this time you aren't paying 40% more like a big chump. So cut out the middleman. Take your savings a step further and become a Cherubim or Seraphim Coffee member to receive 10% or 20% more card tokens respectively. At the Seraphim membership level, you've essentially turned $7 for 500 bits into $5 for 600 card tokens. So instead of paying 40% extra, you're now receiving 20% extra. It's a great value. And for those who do back the stream on Coffee, I thank you. It is your contributions that allow me to code fun things for you all. Seriously though, you have my gratitude. If you have any questions about this stuff, be sure to ask. The community is really awesome and will definitely light your path, sometimes by setting you on fire directly. Convenient. Since I'm not back yet, please continue to enjoy this lovely music. Sit tight, and I'll return shortly. Thank you so much.
Give me just one moment, guys, and I'll be right back.
In a world where corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes, where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress, where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought, one man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide, a beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity, because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Sin.
All right, thanks so much everybody for your patience. I really appreciate you. Who was our winner? SaraMu, congrats. That's really awesome. Everybody, thank you for your patience. Have 300 raffle tokens. You can use that for the last giveaway of the evening later tonight, and maybe get a chance to win a $10 Steam gift card. Let's see here. I'm just catching up on chat while I was gone. Let's see. Just lots of raffle tokens going through. Makes sense. Mostly. And then Tim. Hello, Tim. Hope you're doing well, buddy. I tipped my hat to you. I tipped my hat to you. Hello, sir. Good to see everybody else as well. So I don't know if you've been lurking, Tim, but we actually we've been working on a very specific problem tonight, and I think I have solved it, which is really exciting. We're really close to getting the whole problem solved, but the first part is done. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So basically what I've been doing is I wrote this JSON utils class tonight. So it just it takes a JSON and puts it in a map. It merges key values into a map of my choice, and then turns that map back into a JSON. So we're just ways that I can play with data, basically. You had your audio off lurking while you were playing some SnowRunner with your son. Sorry. Oh, no worries at all. Appreciate you being here at all, man. For real. SnowRunner looks cool, by the way. It works. Awesome progress. Yeah, these all work. And so what I'm doing is, this is like when people donate. For every $1 that you donate, I'm going to allow a global damage multiplier. Okay, so basically if we're playing Hytale and you donate $50, that means all of the monsters do 50% more damage across the board, and every minute that will go down by 1%, right? So you donate $50 or whatever, $25, $5 even, it goes up by 5%, right? They do 5% more damage, and that way people can actually add on to it in midstream too. Like it could be at 1.27x. So they're doing 27% more damage. When you donate like $25 at that moment, it will then go up to 52. So now we're doing 52% more damage. And again, that goes down by 1% every minute. That's the way it functions. And what I'm doing is I'm taking that that global entity damage modifier, as we call it, and I am storing that in a JSON. That's a lot of damage. That's right. That is a lot of damage, man. That is.
Holy, look at all this damage. And we're going to repair it using FlexShot.
And so, basically taking this global entity damage modifier, saving it in a JSON, so that if the server should shut down, I can restore from where we were. Because the server is scheduled to shut down at 8 p.m. every day. Every 4 hours. So it shuts down right at the start of the stream on a weekend. Or I should say the old schedule, 12. It restarts at 4, it restarts at 8, right? And if you've got a damage modifier going, it needs to save that. Right? Right. So that's what that's about. So we are now able to do this, which is pretty cool. So check this out. Just gonna run it. And I'll show you the debug here at the bottom. And I'll show you the game at the same time. Okay, so we've just logged into a game and we're playing Hytale, and somebody goes, hey, I'm gonna donate $50, which raises this to 1.5x, right? 150% damage. There we go. We get this thing, and just a few seconds later, so it's set at 1.5 right now. I need to add a message, but a few seconds later, we'll start the initial ticks, right? And that will be 1.49, then 1.48. And every time it does this, can't really see it because it's covering it. You can see that right there on the left-hand side. Global entity modifier damage is now 1.48. $1.47. And this will be 60 seconds in between. This is just for testing that it's ticking down that slow. Or that fast, rather. 1.46. So then if I go into where this is actually stored and grab the JSON, this is literally what it says. 1.46. I go in again and grab it again. Look. 1.45. Right. So if I stop right now, cardcommands.json has that stored in it. So like if the server crashes, right? I'm like, oh crap, we crashed. Now I can come back and restore from that and use it as like a save, basically. Because it's external to the server itself, like the server memory. So now that's the part that we need to write. We need to code the part that checks to see if the cardcommands.json has a global entity damage modifier that's over 1.0. And if it does, then to run the command to start the tick down again. So that's what that needs to do. So that's what we're gonna do next. So I've already got the on boot event pulled up. Let's take a look at that. Right over here. This is great progress. Thank you. Yeah, I'm getting there. So right here, we got to check to see if global entity damage modifier is greater than 1.0. And if so, run a command to resume the countdown at the previously interrupted saved multiplier. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to read the cardcommands.json, right? That's the thing. So we need to do a JSON to map, right? What did I expect on this? Just the, okay, so map string object. Yeah. And then string is the file path. Okay, so path, because we have a constant for where the card command is. So that has now read it into a map. Now, how do I look at the results of a map? How do I parse? There's gotta be like a, is this supposed to return? This will return a map, right? Yeah, okay. So we'll call this like map equals Oh, hold on. Do I need to set a new hash map somewhere? Wait, map.get? Is that a thing? Woo! Man, one of those dudes just hit me. He did mad damage. He did like 80% of my health with one hit. Scary. Scary stuff. Let's see. Map.get, huh? Well, I think we need to initialize a map somewhere, right? Can we do it right in here on boot? Starting map. So map string objects starting map equals new hash map, right? And then starting map is equal to this, right? So now I've got the JSON is in a map called starting map. Yeah, so map string object startup map equals JSON to map path float the value equals. Oh, okay, cool. So then we can do like starting, and it should be startup. You're right, not starting. It should be startup. Startup map. Hold on. There we go. So startup map dot get, and the object key is global damage entity modifier. And do I have to pass that as a string? Because it is expecting a string for the keys. Do future you a favor and make that a constant too. You're talking about this specifically? 3 hardest things in programming are counting and naming things. It's like things that we do in kindergarten. That's the hardest stuff. No, the name of the key. The name of the key. Make it a constant as well. I think. So the name of the key, I'm not sure how to do that because it's used as a string and as a float, like kind of all over the place. Oh, global, hold on, let me see this. It is global entity damage modifier, actually. My bad. I'm pretty sure. Let's just check. Global entity damage modifier. So instead of doing this, make it a constant and be like, then when you save it and get it, you use that constant. So I can do that up here. So what do I want to call it though? Global damage modifier. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. All uppercase. I'm an idiot. So this is public static string. Wait, final string, right? Final string. Yeah, public static final, right? Public static final. Right. And that is string, and we call it global. Got it. Global entity damage modifier name, right? And then that equals global entity damage modifier. And we can just put a note here. used to refer to key values in JSON. Yeah. Or save load. And then down here, change that to global entity image modifier name. Yeah. And actually it's more like if I don't know, can I do this is equal? Oh, no, that's just this returns the value, right? So I'm gonna yeah, okay. Finding a typo in one of those puts or gets later can become a nightmare. So starting with it being a constant saves that headache. That's nice. Save it to a variable first. Okay. Let's see. Oh, what am I doing? So we need it to be a float. So public static float? No, we don't necessarily. We don't need that. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Just float. Float. What are we gonna call this? Global entity damage amount. Oh, modifier amount. Or modifier value. Is that better? Would it be better to use value or amount in this case? Capital F, since you need it to be nullable. It's giving me an error here. Why? Incompatible types. It found an object. Oh yeah, that's why. That's why. Because it is a string object, not a string float. I'm dumb. Okay, and then if global entity damage modifier value equals null, then return. Is that a thing? Return? No. Or does not equal null, then we're gonna do this. If it's probably angry about the casting of the object to the float, you'll want to cast that to a float if it isn't null, so you can use it. That will make you sad when you want to load a second variable. All of my code is eventually going to make me sad, I'm sure of it. Right, if it isn't null. So if it isn't null, then we need another if statement, and that is if... I mean, can we just do an... No, I guess... Can we just do an and? Just do an and? If it isn't null, and... I guess, what do you think about readability of ands? Would you rather do nested or ands? I think for readability, ands is better, right? Let's just do a message. We'll do a message. But where is it? Hold on. That comparison won't work because it is an object. Okay, hold on. I got it. I understand what you're saying. So then we got to do, We cast as... Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see you're saying up here. Okay. Like this. And then you're doing it up there. Got it. Big F float, so it's nullable. Got it. So if you do a small f float, it defaults to 0. Is that why it's not nullable? Does like a float default to some value, and that's why it's not nullable? Right, exactly. So if global entity value doesn't... small f float is a primitive type, not nullable. Got it, okay. So if... now I can just use global entity damage modifier value dot float value in my next statement. Can I do that in line here? So and global entity damage modifier value dot float value is greater than 1.0f, then we're just gonna do a printout. What's your preference? I'm curious. Okay. Well, hold on a second. We gotta do a couple things here. Let's start this up. If there's two then ands, it's more than nesting. Too much. If there's more than nesting, too much nesting leads to the arrow anti-pattern, which makes code obtuse to read. The downside of doing it in the and is you can't put a debug log message, right? Yeah. So you can't break it out into separate pieces for debugging, right? Because it's gonna put both logic pieces together, so you can't tease that out. That makes sense. Reading a statement like if A and B and C and D is a mentally taxing thing. Yeah, sure. There's like a certain amount of shelf space, right? When you're working, there's like a throughput that every human brain has. And if you have high IQ, you probably got like a really good working memory, right? And you're able to keep a lot of those abstractions in your mind. I'm not saying that's me, but it's interesting. So hold on a second. Here we go. So I'm just going to start a significant global damage modifier. So I just started it. It's 1.5x right now. In a few seconds, it will tick down. Okay. A few seconds, it will tick down and it will put a little message out there. Okay, it's 1.49 right now. Let's, and actually, let me just show you here. I guess it's not in the log. I should probably add that, huh? But you can see it right there. Global entity damage modifier is now 1.48. In a few more seconds, I will go down to 1.47. There it is. So then all of a sudden the server crashes. Oh no! We got disconnected. What happened? Oh no, you guys. Oh no. All right, now, so now when we load it up, let me just check to make sure it's there. It is. So this is what our JSON looks like right now. Okay. It's doing what it's supposed to do. We start up the server again. We should get a little message stating that it resumes. It's resuming. I should have a card commands tag on it in the front. Server booted. Oh, here we go. Class cast exception. Double cannot be cast to class java.float. What? That's crazy. Double. Find why startup map.get global entity damage modifier name could be java.lang double non-null. But why is it a double? This doesn't make any sense to me. Double is just a bigger float, but why is it, where are we turning this into a double? Default type in Java, any decimal literal number is automatically treated as a double by the compiler. To specify a float, you must append an F. Okay. Got it. Well, I guess then we gotta do this. So then global entity damage modifier value. We had to append an F. Even though we've cast it as a float? That's so strange. So where am I setting the multiplier? So on boot, that's the event that failed here. Here, let me show you the code here so you can actually see this instead of half of a load screen. So basically on boot, no, we can't see your ID. No, when I did the other command, where am I setting it? So when I did the other command, it's set in this command class. So it's set through this command class, and it's through the argument that I pass. And the argument is specified as a float right here. So it comes in as a float, and as far as I'm aware, it remains a float. Maybe, like, even here, I cast it as a float after I truncate. We've got the F's on there. This modifier to add. Maybe it's this. I do this global entity damage modifier plus this modifier. Well, that's only when we have a secondary. I wonder if there's something in my JSON thingy. Well, let me show you exactly what's in the JSON. Well, you're right. It is writing it without the F. It is, because that's that's literally what's in the JSON. And therefore, when it parses it, it thinks it's a double. So, okay, so let's take a look at what it's writing then. Where does it write? So I get right here, I go out to the path and I get the information that's out at the file path from the JSON. And then I add my current key. So the key, oh, it's because the object, this right here is an object and it's not a float. So can I do this as a float like this? Will that work? Can I cast as a float like that? No, it's a float. Look at line 70. Sure, but when we do the map, it's an object. See right here? So when I when I save it into the map, when I save that into the JSON, all the values are objects in that map. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the JSON just to get the values that in case there's something there already that I'm going to overwrite. So like, for example, when it has 1.49, I'm going to override that with 1.48 as it decrements. Yeah, so I wonder if the JVM is just losing the precision at that point. Using doubles instead of floats is not a bad thing. Huh. I wonder. So can I do this? Can I cast this? Casting global entity damage modifier to float is redundant. Well, is it? Is it if it's not I mean, this is strange to me. Where along the way is it showing up? Use shorts for everything. Man, I do a short every day. You don't need to tell me. Look at line 70. When it parses it thinks it's a double. The JVM is losing the precision at that point. Using doubles instead of floats isn't a bad thing. Use shorts for everything. Floating point numbers are terribly inaccurate. Yeah, you're telling me I'm literally doing like a, you know, that I did like minus 0.1, and then it would be like the damage modifier is now 199.0000001. Like, why is there a 1 on there? Fucking floats, man. Use shorts for everything. I don't know. I'm gonna go back and change quite a lot of shit here if that's the case. Because that's how floats are stored. Yeah, well, you know, this is what happened with Star Citizen, Tim. Because of the vastness of space, and because they are using a physical one-to-one model in their universe builder, like, as you got further away from the origin, the intervals between, like, where they thought meters would be got really out of whack and got really weird. So they had to upgrade their engine to a 64-bit engine so that they could do crazy long floats or doubles or whatever the hell they're using to track that more accurately now. Because apparently when you get like a 0.00000001 difference in values when you're thousands of miles out, you know, you got to think, you know, from a vector standpoint, that's got to be a very different destination point, right? It's kind of crazy. To avoid its point, you can store the number of pips that you're adding on to the damage. Use shorts for everything. So rather than the donation making it go up by 0.01 per dollar, make it increase an int by 1, and then just decrease, you know, subtract that out. If the modifier is greater than 0, then you'll convert it to a float and do the math. So basically, I chose something really terribly wrong here. I should not have chosen floats. Why did I choose a float? Because I was thinking, oh, it's a decimal place thing. It's like, you'll see up here, I even do a truncating, like right here. So I truncate to 2 decimal places up here. Again, it thinks that it's a double. Float, global entity damage modifier value equals float. In card commands on boot event filter, double non-null. And then if the modifier is greater, oh yeah, I've already read that. I'm sorry. Let's see. Instead of refactoring the entire thing, is there a way that we can make this work as is? Where is this double conversion happening? When it reads in the JSON file, so right here, so it's reading it in, it interprets 1.47 as a double, not a float. So the question is, why is it not writing the F? Get out of here with that voided. Delete it all. Just go ahead and delete it all. Seems so strange to me that it would do that. This behavior is by design because the JSON specification defines only a generic number type and does not differentiate between integers, floats, or doubles. Double is chosen as the default because it has a wider range and higher precision, capable of representing any valid JSON numeric value without data loss, unlike integer or float. It's a side effect of the JSON library that I'm using. I see. I'm reading more. When serializing Java objects, JSON naturally distinguishes between float and double types and serializes them accordingly. However, during deserialization, the standard JSON instance defaults to parsing all numeric JSON values as double objects when the target type is ambiguous, as in when there's an object or a raw map, which is precisely what we're dealing with here, right? Object is the value type. So instead, can we make that all a double? Maybe we just go back to this and we make it all of it is just a double. Go to every single one of these and it's now a double. Default arg float. But what if it's a double? So with a double, do you still put, I'm assuming you don't put an F there. It's just, and obviously for adding stuff, I'd have to refactor that into doubles. You get a double and you get a double and you get a double. That's right. Deserialization is what happens if you make the mistake of buying grape nuts cereal. That's de-dentalization because you're gonna lose all your friggin' teeth. Dude, grape nuts was like eating rocks. I remember my mom got it once. She's like, it's really nice. And she's like sitting over there like, like, yeah, it sounds really nice. Literally, you could hear it across the table. Right, you don't need the F. Without F, Java interprets it as a double constant instead. Got it. Cast the double to a byte. You used to love grape nuts. This explains so much about you. You also liked rocks and Windex, but that's another matter entirely, right? Dude, your innards have to be so clean, okay? So clean. Between the rocks and the Windex. Super clean. All right. So, bruh. Well, I guess let's get started on this. Let's save and actually So can you guys explain right now? I'm on the, I don't know much about Git. Hold on, let's stop this. I want to save this as it is right now on main branch so that I can retrieve it if I need to, if I break everything in the universe. Can you help me? Please guide me through this process. I want to take everything that's here, copy it over to main, commit and push. I have git bash, if that helps. You disinfect with alcohol often. Voided says Google. Thank you, Voided. Git status will show you how all things are looking, what files changed, what is new, etc. I hold you responsible for getting me on this work in progress branch, Voided. This is all your fault. You have to help me. You have to help me get back to normal. Then, in order to add all your current changes, you run git add / but that's on Mac Windows. I am on Windows. But you're talking about through command. Will take your changes and stage them, meaning that they will show up as ready to be committed. So you basically just add all. Now they're all staged, ready to be committed. Or you can use the IDE. It has, I mean, yeah, I've got it up here. I just don't know how do I bring my changes back to master though? Like I want to take everything that's in my work in progress and bring that to the master. Please don't run Voided Spin. No, I won't be running that. Delete all the things. Get tutorial through Twitch chat was not something I had on my bingo card tonight. It's so fantastic. I mean, I can probably figure it out. I just don't know. I mean, I guess commit and push on the work in progress at least. And then I guess if I click over here, it says 2 outgoing commits right there. Don't know what that's about. Voice is one thing, but chat is rough. Chat is rough, man. Merging branches is something that would be probably best explained interactively. Do you want me? I can give you a call if you're down for that. if you are game for this TimSpeedle. I don't suspect this part will take very long. It's like probably like a few minutes, if that. I imagine at least. I hope. Well, doing is learning to me. Doing is learning for me. Like I now know what committing and pushing are, but I just don't know how to switch branch. Like basically this is going to be some sort of weird merge thing. I'm sure of it, right? You're going to merge like what I have in work in progress over to the main, but I just don't know the commands or how to really do that. Through the UI or through the command line? whatever is easiest. Whatever is easiest. I'm just looking to get this all back on main. There's no reason that I need 2 branches at this point. Once everything is committed, you simply need to git merge branch. That's it. So just commit all on this side. Go back to master and then git merge branch. And select my work in progress. They haven't used an IntelliJ UI since they switched to the new paradigm. We can do command line. It's fine. Yeah, what you said. All right, so here, if I can go into work progress here, we just do this easy breezy. We got all the things. Commit and push. It's gonna cry. Commit anyway. Right? We did the thing. 4 files committed. It doesn't say, wait, hold on. Was there something? Let me try this again. No, yeah, okay. So replace branch with the name of your branch you wish to merge. So I want to merge things onto master. So like, usually there's a branch picker in the bottom right. Like where your CR, LF, and line column are. Say bottom right? On the bar? I'm not sure. I'm like down here. I mean, this is bottom left, but there's git. Yeah, we did that git ignore thing. Voided. I actually should have updated my comment. That was dumb. Okay. Good news. You can amend your commit and change message. Hey, I did the thing. Okay, cool. Run git status. Okay, we're going to go into git bash, yeah? Git status. Hold on. Are we doing it in command line or in git bash? Problem is I need to CD into the folder where the project is. And I can't remember where that is. Like I know where it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's just E card commands. Okay. So hold on a second. How do we do this before to change drives? E colon. CDE colon. That's a /E. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Hold on. It's CD/E. Yeah. All right, I am there. So it says E/card commands work in progress. So it shows the branch. And now I'm going to do git status. And it says on branch work in progress. Nothing to commit. Working tree clean. It'd be easier if you could see it, huh? Oddly enough, it's not letting me. Let me see. Holy hell, dude. Is it big enough? Can you see this? I can probably make this a little smaller. So now check out master. Okay, so check out master. Checkout command not found. Okay. Git bash how to check out a branch. Git checkout master. Switched to branch master. Your branch is ahead of origin/master by 2 commits. Use git push to publish your local commits. I'm not sure what that means, really. Also, the server crashed? Interesting. Server crash? Okay, fine. I'll do a Discord call. Let me get my headphones. I'm sorry. I got it right here, right? I got your master branch right here, bub. Like playing an FPS with 10,000 ping. It's pretty sweet. Tim is ready, he says. Okay. Well, aren't you just a gem? Hello.
Good evening, chat.
What's up? Put some hype in the chat for both Voided and Tim here. Help me out tonight.
Alrighty. So, let's kind of go over the... Can everybody hear me okay? Echo, any problems?
No, you're all good. You might be a little soft on my end, but that's okay. Don't adjust anything. I'll do it all here.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Perfect.
What's up, nerps? Alright, so... the concepts of Git are a little bit complicated, so I'm going to try to simplify out the explanation. As you know, you've been editing files on your computer. That's what's referred to as your working directory. Okay?
Sure.
When you ran that command to commit those files, what that did was it added those files into the repository. The repository is a specially named folder in your working directory called .git. Do not ever touch anything in that folder. And that is how the code was then saved or backed up into Git there.
Okay.
Now your .git folder is only existing on your computer.
Sure.
Now you're using some sort of hosting provider, GitHub, GitLab, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And that one is referred to as your origin. That's the default name. I don't want to muddy this too much, but in Git you can have multiple what are called remotes. The default one is called origin. Most people only have one remote, and that's kind of what we'll stick with. I just want to let you know that there can be multiple. So when it's telling you right now that your branch is ahead of origin master by 2 commits, what that means is that you have 2 commits on your Git repository that do not exist on the server's Git repository. So if you were in a team environment, your team would not have access to those 2 commits because they don't exist in the remote server location.
Because I'm on the master branch right now, right? And the work in progress, I have those 2 extra commits, but I'm on master now and I don't have them.
Your master branch has commits that don't exist on your remote's master branch.
Oh, got you. Okay.
I don't know if you're using GitHub or whatever.
GitHub, yeah.
If you run the, okay, perfect. If you run the command git log, git space log, it will show you kind of the history of commits that exist in the branch that you're currently in. And what you'll see is that you have the one that says origin/master there. And the origin master is what's on GitHub right now. The master is what's on your computer right now.
Okay.
The word head just means where your working directory is pointed right now. So right now, your working directory is at the same exact place as the master branch on your computer.
Got it.
The command called push is when you say, I want to take the changes that exist in my local Git repository and clone those to my remote, or push those to the origin server.
But that only happens
right
with
now,
committed files, correct?
Correct.
So it's like committing is like staging, pushing is like saying, okay, let's actually put it out there on the origin, right? On the origin.
Correct. So think of a push as like you're backing it up to the cloud.
Right. Yep. Okay.
Right. So if you commit 100 times, but you never push, and your local machine gets eaten by a GRU, you're going to be sad because that data's gone.
What if the GRU is cute?
Well, I mean, that might make you happy, but your data's still gone.
Rule 34 Groot. Or sorry, Groot.
No.
Not Groot, Groot.
Unsubscribe.
That's different. All right, so now what we're trying to do is I was on the work in progress, the whip branch, right?
Correct.
And I have now just switched over to the master branch, and I want to take everything that is in whip and override everything of matching names in master. I want to merge that. I want to merge whip onto master and overwrite everything.
That's not 100% technically what happens, but that will functionally be what happens.
That's my goal. I don't know what happens with this, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. I just want to be clear that under the hood, what we're going to do is not going to do that, because so for every one of those commit lines that's right there, and you got that big hexadecimal, it's called the commit SHA, you can always go back to any of those. So what we're about to do by merging your changes in technically is not a destructive operation, because we can undo it.
Got it. Okay.
So what
we can always go back, and that's why Git is amazing.
Correct. So what you're going to do is you want to merge the changes into your current branch. So the command will be git space merge space and the branch you want to merge your changes from.
Okay.
And when you press the enter key, it will then, I refuse to guess what it's going to do. I have a couple of ideas, but let's press the enter key and see.
So just git merge and then just the work in progress, because that's the one that we want to move that somewhere else.
Correct. You want to merge that branch into what branch you're on right now.
Right. Okay. I see. So because we're already on it, the target is implied.
Correct.
Okay. So, why don't we open this up a little bit more?
Sure.
You can see it.
All right.
Hold on. Trying to
make
it
smaller. I can almost read that.
Hold on. I do this. It should make it a little bigger. There you go.
Yeah, that's perfect. So the comment that Voided just made in chat was very important. Is that there shouldn't be any conflicts, because when there's conflicts, we'd be on the phone for the next half hour for me trying to help you with that.
Gotcha.
But run that git space log command again, And what you will see now is that you will see an additional commit now shows up at the top of that list, which will be, right? Actually, okay, so it did multiples. So your multiple commits that existed on your work in progress. I apologize. This is going to be a little bit of a long explanation, but just kind of follow along.
Okay.
Your whip branch was the same as master at a certain point in time in the past.
Right.
So what Git did when you said, oh, well, bring the changes from whip into here, is it said, oh, if I just copy all of those commits into this branch, I will be in synchronization again. And so that's why you have multiple commits that just magically showed up in master, because Git just said, oh, I'll copy those commits into this branch as well.
Okay.
Did I explain that clearly?
I think so.
Okay. So now if you run a git branch -v, I think it is. Oh, you'll have to press Q because you're still in your git log.
Okay.
Just press the Q key.
So you said git branch -v?
Yep. Correct. So this, I've done, right, the git branch says list all of the branches that exist.
Okay.
The -v is just, hey, be more verbose about it.
Okay, sure.
Now you'll see that your master branch is ahead by 7 commits. Notice it was previously ahead by 2, now it's ahead by 7, because you had 5 additional commits on that whip branch that were brought into your master branch.
Sure.
All of these changes still only exist on your computer, so you're going to want to still run a git space push.
Okay.
And that will be, and if you push enter, it should then push your changes to GitHub. If you want to unshare the screen, just in case it leaks anything you don't want people to potentially see, I don't think it will be anything bad, but it might just say like pushing to GitHub / your GitHub ID / your repo or something. I don't know off the top of my head.
I can't imagine that you would know what my GitHub name might be. Can you imagine what it might be potentially?
My guess is the sexiest cardinal ever.
Oh my god, dude, he knows hacks. He knows. No, it works great. So it's there. JP Morgan Chase, that's it. Dude, I wish. Zephyr says banned. Okay, so what I've got coming back is it says enumerating objects 88 done, counting objects 100%, 88 out of 88 done, delta compression using 24 threads, compressing the objects done, writing objects done, total 79, delta 23, reuse 0, delta 0, pack reuse 0 from 0. And it says remote, resolving deltas 100%, 23 out of 23, completed with 3 local objects. So like so the GitHub itself, when you actually push your commits, it does it like delta patching style.
Correct.
Okay. So it's done all of that. And it says, you know, it points me to where my Git project is out on GitHub with my name. And it just says like the SHA master and then an arrow master.
Yep. So now type the word clear, CLEAR, and press enter. It will erase your whole terminal window and we'll start back with a blank one.
Okay.
And then if you want, you can reshare so everybody can play along at home.
All of Git is delta patching style. Got you.
That's the important part about those commits and those SHA codes that are with them and everything else, is when GitHub says, well, I know that I have everything up until this commit SHA, and your computer says, hey, I want to push you stuff, and I think that your master is pointing at this SHA, and here's the differences since, as long as that's still true on the server side, you're good to go.
Because you can, like, once you commit changes, like, you can go and run like a diff command to show what has changed since the last commit, right? Isn't that a thing?
Correct.
And they're all shown in like red or something, or like when you delete things, it's shown in red. When there are new changes, they're shown in green. That kind of a deal.
Correct. Exactly.
Or new additions, I should say.
Yes. So right now, your working directory is still in the master branch. So if you want to switch back to your whip branch for doing your work again, you'll want to switch back to that now.
So that would be git. Oh, sorry. That would be git branch whip. Yeah.
I think so. I usually use the word checkout, but branch is
Oh,
probably
I
going to
see.
work.
That would actually create one. It's git checkout whip. My bad. There it is. Now we're there.
Yep.
Okay, so now we're back on whip, and
Correct.
I guess now we could just... So, interestingly enough, so it says we're on whip, but on... Oh, there it goes. Okay, it updated. My IDE was still showing master, but then it just went bloop, and it flipped over. All right, cool.
All right.
It was just lagging a little bit. I was like, wait a minute. So now we can just keep doing this, and the next time that I need to do this, so I just want to play this out in my head so that I want to, like, I ensure that I kind of got this right. So assuming no conflicts or weird shit, if all I want to do is merge my changes into the master branch, I commit the whip branch that I'm working in, commit it, and then do a git checkout master, and then do git merge whip, and that should merge the changes into the master.
Correct.
And then it's just like a commit push at that point. I'm assuming that's... Do you have to do that on the master branch?
You will want to do a git push. Voided. You will want to do a git push to back up those changes to GitHub. That will be the only time that your data gets backed up somewhere other than your computer.
Right. Okay. So have we covered that then? With the merge?
So as of right now, so as of right now, your whip branch has been merged into master, and you have pushed your master branch to GitHub. So if you go into a GitHub UI and go take a look at the repository through GitHub's UI, you should, if you click on the commits button near the top right of the file list, see the commit that you just made is there.
Hold on, I have to remember what my git info is.
No worries.
Hold on. Thank you for Google sign in. Seriously. Okay. So it shows repositories. I have several. So I know. I have several from like tutorials and stuff that I did. Like when we did that next...
Man, somebody's showing off.
That next JS tutorial that I was starting.
Yes.
I mean, you were like, you should do this. This would be a good thing to learn. And yeah, so we started that. That's out there still. But I have my, I just call this card commands, and it shows updated 6 minutes ago. Adds additional commands for use through the server console. Boom. I go in there and it shows the branch, again, master, and it shows, if I look like out on the dashboard, you can see like all the green from the commits, right? The activity.
Right. And so like in the center left part, there should be a list of like, it looks like the directories and the files that are in your repository.
Yeah.
In that box on the top right, it should say something like 8 commits or whatever. And if you click on that, it will then take you to a view where you can see the different commits that exist. And you should see the one that you just made at the very top of that list.
Yeah, 8 commits. I clicked on it, and then it's got all the little comments. So, for example, like, you know, this is like back when Voided had me switch over to the work in progress branch after we did the git ignore update. So we have like a commit for updated git ignore, and then we've got merge branch master into work in progress. And then I got a refactored KK spawn, adding scale and health modifiers, added global entity damage modifier and JSON util, and so on and so forth.
Right. So now that proves to you that your changes are now up on GitHub as well.
Nice. Cool.
Yep. Anything else I can help you with?
No, you've done plenty. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
My pleasure. Have a great night, everybody, and a great weekend.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks so much. Guys, put some hype in the chat for Tim. Okay, so I'm just going to make a note here. So when you run git status, I'm going to do it again real quick. It shows you what branch you're on and what the status is. Shows your current branch and what your status is. Sorry, the status of the branches. Just to be clear. And then if on work in progress, we'll typically do a git checkout master, right? To switches to master branch. Again, this is after committing changes. Commit changes on whip branch. Run git status, right? Git checkout master to switch to master, and then git merge whip. That will merge whip branch changes into the master. And again, this is assuming no conflicts. Okay. I'm hoping we get him understanding genetics. Genetics by the end of the year? Dude, there's so much that you're trying to teach me. This is crazy. Coding, genetics, you know, ed, like, there's so many things that I'm learning. It's crazy. Like when a mommy loves a daddy, genetics. Generics, yeah. So generics is actually one of the things that I want to look up tonight, post stream. Generics and abstract methods, so that I understand a little bit better there. Those are two things where I'm definitely like lacking in understanding right now. But I think that in just a week's time of doing this, like my understanding has come a long way. A long way. And I'm like, it's just so good, you know? Are we going with the basic Punnett table, dominant recessive, or the actual way things work with autosomal, dominant, etc.? We want to learn all the things, okay? Happy to do a post-stream call to explain abstract. You know, instead of wasting your breath right now, Tim, I'll like go and read and like watch a video and try to absorb it first. And then it will probably be more productive for me that if I speak with you after the fact, not necessarily tonight, but the next time we speak, I can ask
Jonathan
clarifying
Coke
questions.
firing
you know?
a 10-second ping pong ball volley.
Oh God! No!
Fire.
What the
fire?
No! In
Fire.
the head!
Fire.
Oh, in the ear! Good God, man! In the ear! I'm glad it didn't go into my cup. I got that really wide Starbucks cup because all the other glasses are exploding around here. Can we just say thanks very much to Tim for taking the time to explain this very thoroughly and at a very low level so that I really can understand what's going on. At least now I know like some basic commands to do this and do this okay. But basically, yeah. Got it. So commit push changes on work in progress branch, get status to show where we're at, make sure that we're on the whip branch. Then if we are, check out to master. Once we're on master, merge whip. which will branch, we'll take all those work in progress branch changes and merge it into the master, assuming no conflicts. Right? So let's see here. Yeah, thanks again, Tim. You need to push branches individually. So you probably don't have the whip branch on GitHub. But those changes live in the pushed master branch. Got you. So what you're saying is that if I want my work in progress branch, yeah, because when I look at under the commits, there is that thing in the upper left-hand corner, a drop down where it says master branch or a branch drop down, and the only branch there is master. So if I want to have my work in progress branch, then hold on, let's just see if Zin can dance yet. So I'm going to check git status, see where I'm at. I'm on work in progress. So can I do git commit? Is that a thing? Nothing to commit. Working tree is clean. So can I do a git push? The current branch work in progress has no upstream branch. Okay, so we need to set our destination, which is the origin. Wait, already committed. Yeah. Okay, so git push dash set dash upstream origin and the branch like this. So git push set upstream origin whip, and there it goes. Okay. So now, did that actually push? Hold on. Let me refresh over here and see if we... Oh, there it is. Yeah. Active your branches, work in progress. Active branches, work in progress. Got it. Okay, so I'm done now. Don't think you need to set the upstream. Origin is the default name of the first remote, which in your case is your GitHub repository. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's like for advanced users who have a bunch of shit going on. That ain't me. Not yet. Okay, I'm very happy with all of that. Thank you very much to both TimSpeedle and to Voided. Thank you guys for clarifying this for me. That is very, very, very helpful. I say this is a good place to stop tonight before we dig into anything else. Tomorrow, we're going to come back and do Double Trouble, which is horrible news that we have to refactor that float into a double because it's used every friggin' where. Everywhere. It's used everywhere in everything. And it's going to touch all the things. And I hate it. But we got to get that over to a double if we're going to get this load up stuff to work. Look up IntelliJ's refactor feature. Yes, shift F6. Yeah, we just got to see where it's... And that's only because JSON is giving you a double when it reads the file, right? Yeah, that's right. And then when I go to, you know, set it, it's like, what the hell is this? Why is this not a float? Why is this a double? What the F do you want me to do with this? Why is this a double and not a float? There has to be a better way. It probably is. Do I know it? No. All right, but I gotta say thanks very much for helping out with the Git shenanigans. Save all that. Let's just minimize that. So I think this is a very good place to stop tonight. What we'll do is we'll do our $10 Steam gift card right now. I'm just gonna set that up with a few minutes on the clock. Be sure to use all of your tokens, okay? You got 3 minutes. Use all of your tokens, chat. Use every single token you have. This is it, okay? They reset after this, back to 0. So run your balance now and buy every token you can as soon as I open this thing up, okay? All right, here we go. Are you ready? Good luck, everybody. 3 minutes on the clock. 3 minutes on the clock. All right. All right, everybody. Variable equals float double value. Yeah, we can't cast the float. We're gonna refactor 10 different files instead. Yes. Yes. So, like Voided was saying, I probably could stand to do like a Java fundamentals course and do like some like non-modding related things just to learn the basics of stuff. Halfway through Java and a third through Python. That's pretty sick, man. Props and respect. Yeah, I gotta say, ATK, I was actually genuinely surprised about your knowledge on the topic because, like, previously I felt like I actually might have known more about programming than you, and then you came in and you blew me away, and I was like, whoa, this guy has learned some shit over the last couple of years. It's pretty awesome, man. Effective Java by Josh B. I have another Java book. Not effective Java. Something different. But it's probably not very effective. Got slowed down a lot because of work. But you're using your programming chops at work now. That's good. You've always been a fan of the Head First series, personally. Head First, huh? Is that a book series, Tim? The writing style really resonated with you and you found it easy to retain. It helps that you took like 4 years of programming fundamentals in BASIC, VBasic, C++, and COBOL. Yeah. Yeah. And again, my only real training, aside from the School of Hard Knocks, has been 1 semester and 2 weeks of Java course at a community college, all remote, by the way, and I never spoke with either of my teachers ever, not once, not even messages. Like, it was literally just all virtual, all remote, just learning from a book and doing the projects. Nerps, look at you, buddy. Congrats. Mostly just learning syntax and dot operators. Still weak with regex. Dude, everybody's weak with regex. Regex sucks. It's so hard to retain and understand, and it's just a lot. It's like learning a foreign language. Regex is. It's crazy. Bitwise, reflection. You're a regex powerhouse. You're an abomination, okay? You think, I have a problem. I'll use a regex. Well, now you have 2 problems. Regex is freaking awesome. It's super powerful. It's super, super powerful. There's so much stuff that you can do with it. But really, like, knowing all the ins and outs of how you're trying to get the data that you need out of what you're trying to get it out of, that is kind of tough. Unless you're doing it, like, daily. You know? Like, retaining that. It's like, okay, so I gotta type bracket 0-9 close bracket. Like, you know, it's just like bizarre random things that if you look at it, you're like, does this make sense? It doesn't make sense really when you just look at it. So it's pretty funny. Okay, so thank you again, guys. I really appreciate it. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate you. Yes, I'll check it out for sure. Regex 101 for the win. For an interactive Regex builder. Sick. That's fun. Regex is like the Type 40 Lawmaster. Extremely powerful if you can ever get it to work. All right, guys. I'm out of here. Thank you for a very wonderful night. I know what we did tonight was not very sexy. It was not super duper interesting. It was all utility bullshit, but hey. It was important. It was important. And, you know, I love what we've been doing over the last week. Unfortunately, I cannot live. I cannot survive life doing this for too much longer. So we might get tomorrow, maybe some on Sunday. And as a reminder, Sunday is a half stream because I was an idiot and made a commitment to Deuterium to hang out with him. And I was like, yeah, dude, we'll do it on the 15th. Monday the 15th, bro. And then he's like, hey, are you still good to hang out this Sunday? And I was like, wait, Sunday? Isn't the 15th Monday? He's like, no, it's Sunday. And I'm like, oh my God. Horrible news. So he was banking on the 15th. And so I feel like I have to, you know, I'm going to bite the bullet on this one and I'm going to commit. Well, I'll be Deuterium would love to hear you say you're an idiot for agreeing to hang out with him. No, I'm saying I'm an idiot for giving him the wrong date. And, you know, for giving him the wrong day that I thought I was free. You know, I was free on Monday, but I was not free on Sunday. So that's my bad. And because it's my mistake, I'm going to own it, you know, which means that I will not be streaming that evening. I'm going to be hanging out with him. He would just laugh, says Voided. Probably. Someday this will be life for you. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Honestly, it's not a bad life for those of you who are doing like programming like as your work. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's like, I think it would be different if I was under the gun. Like, you have 8 hours to get this done. Go. You know, like that's a little bit of a different story. It's like, oh God. Can I do it? Can I do it? You know, like the guy sweating at the computer meme, you know? But honestly, it's not bad. It's a blessing and a curse. Well, the thing of it is, this is what I had to say about this, okay? When it comes to all this stuff, like games in general, I really do believe that there is a progression of gamers, like a hierarchy of gamers. And it goes like, you have like mobile gamers, and then they graduate to console games, which are a little bit more deep. And then they graduate to, you know, PC games where you have the most depth. And then maybe they do modded PC games. Maybe they start making mods or websites or something like that. And then before you know it, you are now making games or making your own mods or making your own games, that kind of a deal. And like once it's like you've consumed all this stuff. Now it's time to create all this stuff. Right? And it just seems like a natural progression. You're like, oh man, these games are okay, and I've had a good time playing them, but what if I made my own game that had all the things in it that I wanted and that I enjoyed? That's cool. You know. Then at the galaxy brain level, you just watch a guy play games instead of Mario Kart. No, you watch a guy while you play your games and while you make your games. How about that? But he has to have a big red hat. That's the deal. He might not wear it all the time, but he has to have one. It's like how models become extras, become actors, become directors, become producers, and rarely then become fans of pedaling. Oh no, not that. Pretty much everyone wants to do it. Everyone always says, imagine a game where it's just a matter of having the time and the aptitude. Yeah, I mean, if you can't do it, Like, the idea doesn't mean anything, but pretty soon the AI might flip that on its head. Everybody's like, oh, well, you got a cool idea, but yeah, you don't have all the time and skill necessary to implement it. Well, what if you don't need time or skill? You just need cool ideas now because AI will do it all for you. That really changes the whole creator ecosystem on its head. It's pretty insane. You are an Apex gamer, says Voided Pigeon to Dr. Mario Kart. It's true. Dr. Mario Kart is the Apex gamer because he games real giveaways and wins like all the time. He is the ultimate gamer and an ultimate winner, quite literally. Just what Steam needs, more shovelware games. Dude, I really, say people are sensitive to AI slop. Well, that's just now. That's just now. Again, this is the worst that AI will ever be. It will only get better from here. And eventually it's going to replace a bunch of shit. Unless the bubble bursts and all the money pulls away. That is the only eventuality that I can see. But I mean, even geopolitically, we're in an arms race, bro. For AGI. Whoever gets AGI first is going to be in a very good position. Or a very terrible position, depending on how things go with our new binary overlords. People are sensitive to what they can tell is AI slop. Exactly. Yeah, we're about 20 years into just for now. It's going to be great in like 6 months. But dude, look back at Will Smith eating spaghetti. That's like 3 years ago, man, or 4 years ago, where it was like all garbledy and weird. And you're like, whoa, what the hell is going on there, man? That looks like a Lovecraftian horror something that's happening there. And now you can generate those videos and they are pretty realistic. I'm not saying they're perfect, but they're getting there. Don't worry, I got this. I don't use shit. I still got all my AGI potions. Computers will never take over. Typewriters are better. Do you remember word processors? It was like a very specific function. It's like a computer, but it's not. You know what I mean? Just a word processor. It did nothing else. Maybe it had a calculator if you were lucky. Do you remember those? Where it had like the little built-in screen on it? And then the keyboard was right on the front. Crazy shit, man. John Noble eating a tomato. For real, man. The .com bubble burst. But somehow, here we are. I've never seen any of you in real life and have spent hours talking to you across 5 different .coms. That's right. What makes you think you haven't seen us in real life? It's just that he hasn't noticed you in real life. He thinks that he thinks that you are so realistic that you're not AI slop. Fool. We've infiltrated the binary overloads and we have them all fooled. The flesh bags. Stupid flesh bags. You're the woman in the red dress. There you go. Perfect. You're AI, Mega. I believe it. It's okay. If the AI goes overboard, we'll just use the kill command, which is asking it to fix the printer. Excuse me. Could you please go fix the printer? It's like, oh, the printer jammed again. Could you go fix that? Print 20 more pages. Could you go fix that printer? It's jammed again. Just keeps it tied up for forever. Infinite loop. Infinite loop of fixing the printer. Why is printing still terrible in 2026? Dude, for real. So I use an Epson EcoTank 2850 to do all of my printing for the ornaments. Okay? And it is always a pain in the ass. It is always ridiculous. It's like I haven't done anything weird with it. Anything strange. I mean, aside from switching it over to sublimation printing. There's nothing weird there. And it's like, sometimes I'll print stuff and it's got like weird big black blotches all over it. I'm like, okay, well that obviously failed. Why are there giant black blotches all over the page? Like literally I started printing one image at a time, like per sheet, in hopes that the black blotches would like miss it So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I think they said that you shouldn't run the black ink under 25%, and I'm floating at around 20, I think, and that might have been part of it. So I don't know. Think about all the disparate technologies that go into printing. Yeah, it's a lot for sure. What's that? Oh, happy Valentine's Day, chat. How about that? How about that? We're 1 minute away. You have a black and white laser printer, so you don't have ink drying up. Now you have you got your laser cartridge. That's nice. That's nice. If you do black and white printing, that's really great. But sublimation has to be ink. It can't be laser, as far as I'm aware. It's an hour early for you. The biggest bubbles are always actually useful things because they're the easiest to oversell. AI is here to stay, just like the internet is an inseparable part of the vast majority of people's lives, despite the .com bubble. I agree. You can't put the AI genie back in the bottle. Nobody's going to do that. And this is why I'm afraid about power prices. I think there's going to be a power cost crisis, like within the next few years. And I know this sounds a little Looney Tunes, but recently there was some loosening of like emissions regulations that just occurred, and I think that may be related to it. Like I think this is planning ahead for the very energy dependent future that involves a lot of heavy use of AI. I think that's really what this is. Uh-oh, cards going full Pepe Sylvia. Well, this is, I've been thinking about it a lot because I'm considering like taking out a HELOC to get like solar panels so that I can try to stabilize the price of power. Because right now in Maine, per kilowatt hour, it's like, what did you say, Key? It was like 26 cents. 26 cents per kilowatt hour. That's terrible news. 26 cents per kilowatt hour. What the f? That's so expensive. Like there are places in the country that do like 12, 11. It's insane. So like I feel like if I can get some solar cells here and get a battery bank, that I might be okay there. It might help stabilize that. That plus especially if I'm gonna go the heat pump route, because that will just add more cost on the energy side. Get one of those bike pedal generators and put it under your desk while you stream. Perfect. I love this. Charge my phone with just that. Right? Why not? Why the heck not? But all the data centers in high solar producing areas, most of the activity will be during the day anyway. Batteries can smooth out peaks. Perfect. We need some crazy new amazing battery technology. That's what we need for the grid. And we need it decentralized, and we need full access to it, and it needs to be right to repairable. Apparently you're training for Tour de France if you can charge a whole phone. Yeah, for real. That must be crazy. That must be crazy. I say melt your fat and make candles. Is this the best way to make money or produce energy? I see. Melt your fat, make candles, okay? And then boil water and then use a steam engine to generate energy. What do you think? It doesn't sound lossy at all. You got a coworker that just had her veins in her legs melted. Yes, that's a thing. Venous ablation. Yeah. Like goop candles that don't smell like vajayjay. This candle smells like my... It's like, thanks, Gwyneth. We're all set. We're really all set on that. And then you check the website and it's like sold out. It's like, wait, what? This is sold out? Why did people buy this? Why did people buy this? Boy, this is, how would you know? It's so messed up, man. It's so messed up. She had a vein disease where they were too big. Her veins were too big. Interesting. I mean, I guess if you have large veins, they might like cause issues, maybe. Like getting all weird and like wrapped up in each other and like pushed into each other like a hose that pushes into itself somehow. You know? Not good. Oh my god. ATK, gross. Hey, gross. I know what mine smells like. Likely smells the same. Oh my god. All right, we're done here. We're done. Okay, industrial grid scale batteries are already happening, often as part of the solar farms themselves. Right, why not in people's homes? When they're not in people's homes, rather, you can optimize for other things like caring less about being compact enough to fit in a home and safe enough to not instantly kill the resident 20 feet away during thermal runaway. Yeah, but this is the other thing too, Nerps. Centralized control means that it's never you. They can still control what things cost. If you don't, not your keys, not your castle, right? And so for me, it's like, I think that I want to produce energy here on my property simply so I can control that. I have control over what that will cost me and whether or not I want to try to produce additional energy, etc. Save more energy with a bigger battery bank. It's crazy. You will own nothing and you will love it. Yeah. No. That. You will right? That's what I think. Makes sense for you, just assuaging some fears about the energy future. Sure, yeah. I mean, I still am not sure that that's going to be the case because I think these companies enjoy the fact that energy is expensive right now. It means higher profit margins. Like up here in Maine, the company that runs all of the power grid up here is called Central Maine Power. It's owned by Avangrid, which is actually apparently a Spanish company, which I also think is really weird. I think it's really weird that something that is so critical to life in our country is being run by a company that is not American. That seems very not safe to me. Like, it's World War II and the Germans run the American power grid. What will happen? What could possibly go wrong there, right? I'm not saying the Spanish hate the US, but, you know, it's just not a safe thing, I think. Again, not your keys, not your castle. Story of just about everything in the States, right? Well, yeah, tell them to go F themselves and give out more solar plant permits to create competition. Yeah. There's a lot of that going up. There is a lot of, in this area, like southern Maine, there are a lot of solar farms that are going up. A lot. You miss Idaho's cheaper hydroelectric. Dude, okay. Southern Maine used to have a crap ton of hydroelectric everywhere. Why did that ever go away? I don't understand. Why did that ever go away? Fish. You're telling me it's because of trout. Rainbow trout don't like it, so we had to stop. Environmental stuff a lot of the time, but like, don't they have like fish ladders that help the fish go upstream when they need to for like mating season or whatever? Like all this stuff, it was like all sorted out and handled, right? It's kind of awful in some ways. Like what? In Idaho, it was because of salmon. It was because of salmon. I don't know. When I was looking for property, I was trying to find a place that had like a stream so that I could make use of the hydroelectric power if I could. I was looking at like micro turbines and stuff. Like, oh, this would be super cool if I could get this to work. It's pretty nuts. Like, even like a basic stream, if you get the right turbine, you can get like 2 or 3 kilowatts out of that. You know? I mean, depending on the stream volume, but it's pretty crazy. All right. It's 12:09. Happy Valentine's Day, chat. I hope you have a wonderful one. Tim, thank you very much for your help. Voided, thank you for your help. Nerps, thank you for your help. ATK, you. I mean, thank you for your help. I'm just teasing. He's a mod. I can do it, okay? He's a mod, all right? All right, that's why, okay? Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you. Have a great night. We're just gonna go... Actually, here, we'll run credits. We haven't done it in a minute. Let's go. Big thank you to TimSpeedle, our Gaben's Guardian. Thank you so much, Tim. I appreciate everything that you do for me, this community, and you're just awesome. Thank you very much, man. Also, thank you to our YouTube sponsor, WeatherWolf4, and our server sponsors, SG Black Plague and Witchjack25. I'd also like to thank all of our Seraphim and Cherubim, people like Alcarane, Beauregard Quitman, Kegley Astro, Cyric, Earless Trout, Flounder388, GeoGuy007, Gregory Lovecraft, Hunter in the Sea, Jonathan Coke, Caven199, Russian Princess 91, Starlight Silverfields, Tagash not Tagash, That Kind of Non, The Spaghetti Goblin, The Knacknud 1, Tunnelfish, Waffle Stomp 1184, Zalex 101001, Chernobyl and Chill, and Harvester. You should join Coffee, chat. Help support the stream. It's a great way to do it. And it supports the channel even when I do this weird stuff like this. I would greatly appreciate your consideration. Go check it out today. That said, give me just a moment here to find us a nice, juicy raid target, and off we'll go. Also, all of your raffle tokens are currently being wiped, and I'm going to give everybody here a nice starting bonus if you stuck around till the very end here. So give me just a moment. All right, everybody, you are awesome, and you stuck around to the very end of the stream, a coding stream, a long one. I'm giving everybody here 500 raffle tokens to start your week. Thank you so much, and now it is time to raid, so let's freaking go!